How's it going, everybody? I hope everybody's doing good this morning. Pretty crazy overnight session. I know it's kind of slipped away a little bit there. I do, however, just overall picture. We'll go ahead and let's get out of this 4-hour chart here so we can take a look at the overnight before we get into some of the news here. Let's pull up the 15-minute here. So you can kind of see, we all know what happened. Had a nice little run back up yesterday before close, dumped at close, opened back up a little bit higher and took off, hitting an all-time new high here at 33.9750. And then, about an hour? And then there was a lot of reports coming out. There was a lot of the stuff came out of the Fed minutes. A lot of the stuff for the China number started coming out. I think it's almost like they are waiting, because this is now like the 6th time we've had the same thing happen, where the China numbers, the COVID numbers came out right after the bell had closed. So then we just basically kept and in this way, and you know how it looked. It was more choppy than this, but essentially it just kind of dumped down into this zone here, and you can see that. Buyers did a great job, though, of holding this line here, this 33.78, which was key. I mean, it dipped there a little bit and spiked down there. We'll look at it on the 2-minute for a second, too. But then it was able to regain VWAP, and that was super important. And then all morning, I've been watching this for a couple hours, and they were not able to capture this again, and so we've just continued to fall back. Now, I don't think sellers still are in the game. This is as far as they got to go. You can kind of see here, this line, almost directly lines up over here with what was happening last night. So it's not, it's definitely not a turn. I think it's literally just a pullback. Is it a buy the dip? It's hard to say at this point. There's a lot of internals that don't look so good. I just wanted to look at the 2-minute. You can just see how much more choppy it was as we went through. But, we're not as overbought. It was probably a breather. I think they may line this up for us for intraday. That could be the play. So I'm still long. I'm still bullish. I still think like ATG said, a lot of the important names, Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Baba, Bidu, they're all still up. They're still holding us up here. Even yesterday, if you look, let's go ahead and pull up, let me pull up my futures map here. Man, my third monitor, it's a USB monitor, and it's running so slow. It's like the refresh rate's terrible. So if we look at the futures map here, you can see yesterday was just absolutely beautiful on the financials. This it didn't turn around until the very end at the close, and that's kind of how everything was that holds the market up. So that was really nice to see. One of the things that I was watching all day though yesterday was the VIX and gold. They basically didn't budge. They kept going up and then just held those gains all the way through. And you can see the same thing with gold here. It pretty much held all the way up here above 1600. It hit a high this morning of 1621.90. So very, very bullish on gold. As the title says, metals in general. Played a little bit of palladium last night. It's kind of bouncing around, but it's absolutely been on a tear lately. So is gold. Silver starting to move. Platinum's moving. It's something you got to keep an eye on. Oil is up pretty good today. It's up at hit a high of 54.25. It's just off those highs here, still up 1.2%. And as you can see in the description, what I wrote, there was some tomfoolery going on with the Libyan barrels, and they literally were miscounted, and they were missing like over 1 million barrels. So there was like the outages that they were missing. So that's why it's really bullish on oil. And honestly, oil is probably more important of an internal for the futures right now to be watching than any of these. Obviously I'm always watching 10 years in bonds, and bonds also, if you see, we were moving up all day yesterday as well as the market was moving up. So it's actually, and same with gold, and this is what we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks, is that there's no divergence going on here. It's been hard to read because gold's moving up with the market. Bonds were moving up with the market. As we all know, generally they're diverging. It's almost it's almost the new VIX. I mean, that's what I consider gold, 10 years, and bonds. They're my new VIX. The VIX is not what it used to be, guys, and you guys hear me talk about that all the time. And when those VIX videos come out that we're making, it'll be really explained in depth in that 3-part series. Those should be out. I'm thinking probably middle of March. So let's take another look at. I want to look at the pre-market on these FANGs before we get into news. So you can see everything's just dipping a little bit here, except for Google kind of pumped up and then kind of fell off there. But we closed yesterday on Facebook at 217.49. We are sitting just around the bid at about 217. So not, just off of that close. Apple, we closed at 323.62. We are just sitting down just about $1 at 322.63. Amazon, we closed at 21.70.22. We're sitting about 21.68 to 21.70, so really right in there on the bid and ask. Netflix had a pretty weird day yesterday. I actually took a small loss and then was able to regain it. I went long and did not take profits when we went up to that 392.95, and I should have. And I got out on that you can see on the 15-minute here where that fourth candle. So it's the sixth candle in, but when we spiked up, I got out there for small loss. When we dipped all the way down, I was able to catch. I almost bottom ticked it. So just a small win, but at least I didn't take a loss on it. Google had an okay day. It's kind of just been chopping straight across, which to me that means it's consolidating, and we're gonna get a nice big push, I think, out of Google here. I mean that's guys, that's what I truly believe. It's one of those things it's kind of hard to get in your head, but like try to think of markets as like as simple as possible, right? They trend, they consolidate, form flags, triangles, wedges, and then they go, right? So, I mean, the patterns make some of the best and lowest risk plays. So like risk to reward, that's what it's doing, right? When they consolidate and forming these flags, these wedges, these triangles, that's when it's getting ready to do something either direction, and that's just how it has to be. As long as that concept is in all of our minds, it's going to make a lot more sense for us in the long run, and we're going to be able to be successful off of that. But I always am looking for these patterns. They're always there. You've just got to kind of look for them there. So let's look at all the momentum that we've been looking at. So Boeing's just kind of been consolidating as well. It did not hold that middle Celt there. So it is, I'm somewhat bearish on Boeing once again. Same with Roku. It just, after it hit that high of 151.20, it's just pretty much been pretty gross after earnings. Again, was not able to hold. I mean, look at all that resistance on Roku, you guys. I mean, right above that 4-hour candle from yesterday. I mean, you've got your 30, your 14 MAs, you got your middle Celt. There's a bunch of price levels, support and resistance right in there. So it's looking pretty ugly. It's up slightly this morning. We closed at 126.56, and the bid ask is sitting up about 127.27, 127.50. So we'll see. Maybe it'll start making a push. Again, Roku needs to breathe. There was a lot of profit taking right after earnings is what I saw happen there on the tape. Activision just been on an absolute wonderful ride. And you guys, for some of the smaller account plays, that's one I would suggest is Activision, ATVI. That is a great ticker to watch, you guys. I mean, look at that beautiful chart. Just been holding above that upper Celt for over, I mean, it's been almost 2 weeks now. It's just been, I mean, well, it is 2 weeks tomorrow. So, but just absolutely beautiful. It is just a little bit off the highs this morning in pre-market. Shop is another one that we, I know Willie shorted that. I can't remember. I think he did good on that one. That was pretty good call because it gapped up huge after earnings and just literally profit taking, and it just absolutely sold off. But as we well know, Shop can absolutely rip. I mean, I think the ATR is sitting somewhere around 17 right now. So that thing for a $500 stock, that thing makes big moves. So this consolidation is great. I'm actually looking at, I probably won't get into it today or tomorrow, but I'm definitely thinking next week it's going to get ready to make a nice move again. NVIDIA, Spartacus has just been killing it on it. I actually am all out of my NVIDIA calls. I felt like it's just, I mean, look at that chart there in the middle on the bottom. I mean, just ridiculously beautiful, but I feel like it needs to come back in. It flew too close to the sun, I feel. And same with Tesla. So Tesla, as we all know, and we'll look at Tesla in depth this morning after the market settles down. I'm going to look at Tesla and space today. I want to look at Galacta. there's a lot of news going on around both these stocks, and I think it needs to be discussed, at least 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes on each in depth. So we'll get to that probably around 10 a.m. A little bit. Well, we'll see. It depends on the market. There's quite a few events today. I only posted the major ones on the Discord just because those are the ones I think we need to be paying attention to. Jobless claims. There's one Fed. I can't remember who's speaking today, but it wasn't anybody that important. I mean, there could be something they say, but I highly doubt it. And obviously, we're going to be looking at news for the coronavirus stuff all morning too. So speaking of China, Baba and Bidu have actually been having decent days. The thing is it's all that stimulus money, so it's actually really difficult for them to be in the red. And I'm sure some of you were watching those posts I was putting up overnight with the China stocks. It had a pretty ugly start to the day yesterday, today, last night in China, but it absolutely ripped into the green. I mean, I couldn't believe, that's what ATG and I were talking about late last night, is that, they were up 2.3%. That is huge. We haven't had a day like that in months, right? Obviously, because we've been on this big push, rally up, but I would kill for that right now. AMD, hitting that all-time high of 59.27 and just backing off very, very slightly, sitting at about 58.32 this morning. Qualcomm, it did have that bullish cross on the 14 up to over the 30 MA. Hasn't done much with it as it kind of sold off from there, but it held that key level yesterday of support on the middle Celt and the 14 MA. So I'm very, very bullish on Qualcomm still, as well as Disney. Also, the exact same scenario. It was able to get over the 30, the 14, and the middle Celt and then hold it yesterday. So I like what I'm seeing there so far. And it's sitting right, just right over or right in on yesterday's close. McDonald's, it's had a nice push up from that 211, hitting that high of 218.39, and then just backed off. I wanted it to hold that upper Celt, but to be honest, if that thing could come in a little bit and maybe find support and bounce off that middle Celt on the 4-hour here, I would absolutely get long on Mickey D's. So, a few more things that we'll be looking at this morning. In the news, obviously, UBS has a new CEO coming in. Their shares are up on that. The reason that that's important for us is that they are a massive player in the global financials. So we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see another good day by the financials, if not into the end of the week. We are at one of those periods where I actually think it's at a record of calls bought. So basically, the market makers will lose their ass if this closes higher and higher into tomorrow. So I'm definitely going to be looking for any sign of the internals giving out and this whole thing pulling back drastically. I don't think that's what's happening right now. I think this is a nice breather that we needed. To be honest, I'm 100% glad that it's happening. I think we were I know a lot of you guys had calls, but we've got to get this, we got to get some breathing room so this thing can start to move. What do we got before here? There's a few other things I'll talk about, but I want to wait till we have some more time after the market opens. Yeah, that's really what I'm watching. Any other names? There were some earnings. Nothing really in particular. The Victoria's Secret deal, but pretty much already missed it if you weren't in it. Yeah, I think that's about it as far as... I'm just looking through my notes here, make sure I got everything so far. Yeah, so we opened up here in just a few seconds, guys. Everybody, let's have a good day. Keep those profits tight. You remember, cash is a position, and it's usually positive. Unless it's in my hands, but... Let's see here. I want to check one other thing on Apple. Yeah, I'll be watching Apple really closely this morning, guys. So Apple, AMD, Amazon, and Activision. So all my A's we'll be watching really tight here. I know it is a ton of info, man, but we go fast pre-market, but we'll slow it down as we start to open. I just like to get all the news and some of the trade ideas out right away, and then we'll slow down as we get going here. And then we usually take a couple hours in the day to actually go over things. Sometimes we actually have lessons, and I'll post that kind of stuff. And here we go, guys. We're only down, 6 points, 7 points going into open. That's nothing. That's a joke, right? That's That's just fine. In fact, that to me that shows that the sellers are in less control than I could give them credit for. So we are opening up with a negative 513 tick. We have a low of negative 544 on the add decline line, just hovering just below the zero line on the breadth indicator. For the new guys, the breadth is the chart here on the lower left. I will have to explain more of this, but essentially just a simple idea is that this is the positive volume versus the negative volume of the entire market. This is my special custom-made tick chart. We all use the custom tick bubbles in here. We'll have to get you guys those scripts. We need to make a script page on Discord. So we use these on all charts. Every single chart I have, we have this on there. All of us do. And you'll see this on every single chart we have. It's very important to watch this literally constantly, 24/7, never not watching it. This indicator that I have here is, you'll see as it starts to form in about 15 minutes, it gives me a better idea of the overall market because it has all the markets. It's got the NYSE, the NASDAQ, the S&P, and the Russell all by themselves. And then that way I can see if there's divergences between the different markets. And that's a really good sign to watch for too. This is the add decline, so stocks that are advancing or declining, and then it's a median, right? And there are literally dozens and dozens of these. I will show them to you today, but these are the ones right here. If you copy this exact page, this is the internals. This is the only internals you should be watching. You could essentially cut out all the rest of the noise. Literally, these four are the most important thing. Yes, I watch all of my futures map stuff, and I'll show you the heat watch later, but literally for the next several months, this will get you anywhere near go. And honestly, if you just watched the ES and add decline, that would be more than enough with your tick bubble chart on there. That would be more than enough to be a successful trader. But I will explain later. I don't want to go overwhelming with why breadth is so important and why those certain futures are important, basically just because it shows us if something's going to be declining or ripping. So the market is starting to push up as we're anticipating. I do think we should get a nice climb up here this morning. Let's take a look around the market and see where everybody is moving. So let's okay, where'd you go there, baby? Okay, let's take a look at my futures map here. So, yeah, XLF did open up just slightly down, so it's down about 0.19%, but it is already pushing up. Oil is continuing to hold most of those gains. The VIX is up about just under 3%, so that will be something we're watching. Gold is holding on to most of those gains, but it looks like the 10-year and the bonds are slipping, which is good. That's bullish. That's usually the divergence that we want from them. Let's look at our FANG stocks here. So Facebook in the green, Apple in the green, Amazon in the green, Netflix in the green, Google just barely in the red. I mean, it's down 67 cents, and Microsoft a little bit in the red too, but it looks like they're going to try to buy that up. So we'll be watching Apple. I mean, Apple, just look at it. It's already making, what a beautiful push. They're up, hitting that 324.65 already this morning. So that's going to be really important to watch. And you know what? I'm actually going to blow these up so it's a little bit easier for you guys to watch them. I know it probably looks different because this is on one of my big screens, so I imagine it's probably a lot smaller for you guys if you're on a laptop or a phone. Give me 1 second here. I just want to zoom in a little bit. And guys, I will open up the voice chat on Discord in just a few minutes, so you guys will have the I know the latency is a lot better now, but I do want you guys, we're going to start utilizing that, and that will be a key feature for Aries members. Obviously, all of you that are here now are already in, so you don't need to worry about anything that we change or that comes up in the future. But just know that that will be a feature that will be rolling out for future participants. So Boeing is trying to make a push up. There's that key, you can see that key yellow line there. It's a price level that's been drawn for literally months and months, if not over a year. It's got a lot of resistance here. We've got the middle Celt, you've got the 14 MA and that price level. But if that breaks all three of those here, this thing could absolutely rip up to 348. 349, I would think. I don't know if it would need some news to rip all the way through that upper Celt, but that is a great target right now. If that can break the support, I would not touch it till it gets through that resistance, because this thing could bounce right back off of that. So Roku is looking like it's failing down here, but again, it could bounce off of that. There could be a play to right here where Roku could bounce off that lower Celt and then go back up. And again, massive resistance up here. You got all three of those lines. You know, you got your 14, your 30, and your middle Celt. So but it could bounce off of this lower Celt and move back up on the 4-hour chart. So that's something to watch. Activision is in the red, about just down 29 cents. Shopify is down about $3.85. If it will hold this support on the upper Celt, that's fantastic. If it breaks this, I would not be surprised to see this thing try to pull down into the 525, 520 area later today. Nvidia selling off. It's already down about 1%, but after having such a huge couple of days, and yesterday was massive, not too surprised. Tesla is backing off a lot more than I was expecting it to. I thought it actually was going to get bought up pre-market. I mean, it was already moving back up into 9s, and then it kind of failed, and it's kind of been bouncing around. See, we're over 9 right now, so we're down, what is it, 1.73%? Yeah, that's nothing right now how this thing's been moving. And again, I mean, that thing could fall all the way down to 860, and it would still be a bullish look from there. So we'll definitely be watching that. Let's look at... yeah, so BABA is starting to pull back down here. It looks like it kind of wants to go and find that support on that 14 MA tied in with that middle Celt. We'll have to watch that closely. Same with BDU. It seems like it's going to hold that support right there on the 14 MA as it kind of already has. AMD is down, wow, 1.5% already. Geez, it's almost down $1 already. That might be a play there to see if that's going to hit that upper Celt, which is also lining up with the 14 MA. So there's a play there. Qualcomm, just like I said, had that bullish cross, and it's making another push up today again. I mean, it's been about 2 days of just nice pushing up on Qualcomm. Disney, man, is just kind of falling apart. I was really hoping. See, it broke through all of that support. It lost the middle Celt, the 14 MA, and then the 30. So, I mean, if they can't recapture that and hold that we could see that thing at 138 today easily. Well, about 138.90 is the lower Celt, but I would say probably about 139. McDonald's, it seems like they're trying to hold the support on that 14 MA, but it is still up about 50 cents right now, so that'll be interesting to watch for that moves today. That is a nasty little 5-minute candle there. So we're pretty much down, still about the same, sitting here around that 33.81. So if you guys haven't looked in the Discord, there is... Addict has a special page with ES levels. Those levels do not change until we say they change. So literally, if you're ever curious about it, go and look back at those levels. The correlation between ES and the ad decline is for there's many ad declines. There are literally like 15 of them that I think off the top of my head. So what I use both ADD and ADSPD, which is the ad decline for the SP specifically. ADD is the ad decline for the entire NYSE, for the entire exchange, and what it means is ad decline. So it's the and I use this chart because I like the way with the area graph. So what this means is this yellow, this red line here is the 0 line. So if it's above this, that means there's more stocks that are positive today than negative. If it's down here, that means they're more negative. So we started off headed down, hit a low of negative 196, and since then we have absolutely pushed up. We're already over the 0 line, which makes this looking bullish. So even though we started the day down here, which makes sense because we're in the red, right? So the fact that this thing is just pushing up as hard as it can, that's a bullish indicator because it's trying to move up. Now, obviously, when we open the day up in the positive, it's already a bullish beginning to the day. So it's just the negative stocks versus the positive stocks. And let me show you one other tool I use. Well, here, I'll bring it down. I gotta get it off monitor 4. Hold on. Okay. So on Thinkorswim, if you go to the Market Watch tab, change the visualization to Index Watch, and then where it says select watch list, and I'll go over this many times. You'll see me do this all the time. And then you go down, and I use the S&P 100 because it gives you a lot smaller numbers to work with than the 500 where there's massive amounts. So don't worry about any of this right now, but basically just to visualize the stock, anything that's green up on top is positive stocks for the day. Like, so we'll just pick this one. So right now Qualcomm is well in the green. So when you click on it, you can see there down here, it'll actually show all of the numbers for it. So it's up 1.23%. All of these on the red obviously are down. So the reason I'm showing you this is because add decline. So how many ever stocks are in the green in the positive this morning are the add side. Whatever is down in the red are the decline side. So then if you look back here, all those that are in the green are these numbers up in here. All those that are in the red are down here. So what this shows you is the correlation between how many and where it's moving. So depending on, so let's just take 10 stocks. Okay, we'll take 100. So if there's 50 that are positive and 50 that are negative, it's 0. So obviously if there's 60 that are positive and 40 that are negative, it would be still a plus 10, which is more bullish than bearish. I hope that makes sense. That's a very simple way of explaining it, but hopefully it at least makes a little more sense. This Market Watch tab is actually more people need to utilize this. This is a lot of professionals use this literally because it gives you the actual volume, the actual capital allotment, the put call ratios, and you can see the numbers right here, right? So advancing 36, declining 65. So it's 65 to 36. So we are still quite bearish on the 100. And if you change it, like you can go in and I'll go to the 500. Whoops, I did not mean to hit the Russell. I don't care about the small caps right now. Sometimes I do if I'm trading, like the IWM and stuff. So you can see right here, we're pretty dead even today. So advancing 225, declining 279. So add decline line, this versus this. So 221 versus 279. I hope that makes sense. And then the capital allotment does matter because once you start to learn how to read this, these numbers can be very, very telling. The same with the dollar inflow. You'll hear us talk about that quite a bit. It's because it's really important how much money is coming in and how much money is going out. And that's can be another bearish or bullish divergent indicator, or just, good to know because it also correlates with volume. So it's nice to see if there's a big push on volume and a big amount of capital, it would make more sense. Okay. Man, sellers are absolutely trying to pull this down as much as they can, but it is not going their way. So I really think if we don't see them get below this 378, 377, I think there's no way. I think we're at least will hold up into here, if not go into the positive easily today. That's honestly what I feel. So as this is starting to form, the first 15 minutes of the day, it's really hard to read this, but now you can kind of see how this tick chart works. It's just a good visualizer. And let's see, can you see mine from yesterday? No, I won't go back far enough, and I don't want to open it up that far. But you'll start to see this as we go through the day, and it'll be nice when we look back in a couple hours. You'll be able to really look, and you can kind of see, as this was moving. And then what I like to do is look at this indicator as well as price, and see that if this was moving up but price was moving down, there's a possible indication that this is gonna reverse and turn around. And we'll get more into that, but just kind of have that in your head that if this is going down and this is moving up, it might be a good indication that all of a sudden we're going to turn and go down. These are the divergences that we look for, because these are those plays that just literally hand you money on a golden platter. Doesn't happen a lot lately, but I mean, last year a lot of the guys in here can attest to it. It was an ATM machine. Some of the divergences we had, especially in add decline, we would watch the add decline be just rising while price was falling, so we could set ourselves up at a key level. We knew that it would probably bounce there more times than not, so you could take a nice small risk for a big reward, and it works out. Jacob. Add about to cross zero line. Nothing bearish here. Add now positive. That's awesome. Yeah, definitely watching Disney as well, for sure. Let's take a look around the market again here. Oh, I got to get out of my... Oh, why is this? I think there's something wrong with my USB cord. You know what's crazy though, looking at this? So ADSPD, the ad decline for just specifically the S&P is actually still down at a low of the day at -40, as while we're climbing up on ADD at 145 here. That's actually very interesting. So the Nasdaq most likely is pulling a lot of the weight here right now. So that's hard to say with Disney, man. Here, let's take a look at it. And in fact, let's go ahead and we'll take a look at our first trade idea. Let's do Disney, and then we'll look at Tesla, and then we'll look at space. All right, so starting from the farthest time period, so we're looking at monthly here, which is probably a little bit bigger. We are getting to the end of the month though, so it is. There's a lot of room here down. There's quite a bit. There's not as much room up, and you can actually see on the monthly chart we actually were not able to hold that upper Kel, and we've just continued to fall. I think the best chart to look at this on though right now is the daily, the 4-hour, and the 15-minute. So let's look at on the daily. So the problem is on the daily and the 4-hour, we've already broken. See, they've broken all of these lines of support here, and we haven't broken support on the daily middle Kelt here. I mean, you know, if I would watch this, and if it rejects, especially if it rejects the middle Kelt, but if it cannot hold above this, I would definitely say bearish. On the 2-minute, this would almost be a good intraday like VWAP trade. You can see that it just absolutely plunged this morning. They were able to regain the VWAP, and then it failed again. So yeah, if they cannot pull this back up, I definitely think that there's a bearish play here. Even a short term like into tomorrow, there might be something here. So yeah. Again, though, I would look for watch price and try to get it. You know, as it's falling, you're going to end up paying more on the premium, right? So, you know, this would have been a good spot to get in as it came back above VWAP, and then when it wasn't able to hold it, it kept spiking down. There would have been a good entry here. Maybe wait to see if they try it, because they'll probably it's still early, so they may try to pull this back up, and then I would look to probably that would be somewhere where I would get bearish on it. But as of right now, it's continuing to fall, so you're going to end up paying a little bit more premium than you would probably like. But Disney prices are pretty good. Let's actually let me pull that bad boy up. Doobie doobie doo doo da ba ba ba. Okay. Let's take a look at the old option chains here. So let's take a look at tomorrow's. I mean, you know me, I usually am buying way farther out. I usually buy monthlies. And I like this monthly right now. It's at 29 days. I wouldn't probably go into April for Disney. That's a bit. And if you look at the implied volatility, it's really not moving up that much, but either as price, as a short-term play. Yeah, you know, actually look at the options chain. They're not bad. I mean, they're pretty good priced right now. I mean, the 140s are only about 46 cents. You know, the best trade here for a bearish trade, in my opinion, would be an in-out put spread. So I would probably buy. I wouldn't want to pay that much. I was gonna say buy the 142 and sell like the 139, but that's still gonna be like a $1.30. I would try to get this around $1, but I don't want to buy the 142 and sell the 140. Well, so you can see the expected move is $1.73 here. So maybe, maybe you do have a decent trade here on the spread is actually buy the 140 and sell the 138 to get that for like, you know, I would try to get it for like 30 cents. And you could maybe buy 2 of those for 60 cents. That would be, you know, there's some good risk to reward right there. So let's take a look at this bad boy on the vertical real quick. So that's pretty nice. I mean, 22 cents. Let's see if we move that down to the 138. If we could get it for. Yeah, look at that. That's a nice little. That wouldn't be a bad trade. The spread here would be buying the 140 and selling the 138 for. Try to get it for like 30 cents at the most. I mean, I might even try to do that for like 28 cents. And if that thing moves its expected move, you're spending 30 cents to make $2. I mean, $30 for 200. And if you're wrong, it's $30. I mean. I think I want to buy some. I think I might actually, to be honest. That's a nice little trade there, man. I mean, they're pretty cheap. You could buy just, naked puts here, but, and then you'd want to probably hedge it with something, though, too. And you wouldn't want to hedge it too far out, try to stay around the expected move. In and out spread on this, with this shorter duration, it's probably not worth it. So maybe if you bought the 140 and sold the 138, and then maybe bought like a naked 142, so you'd be paying 30 for 30. Make that about even, yeah. Yeah, I'd try to pay 30 cents for the 142 and 30 cents for the 140, 138 put spread. And so you're spending 60 cents and just about, I mean, you're either going to break even or make between, I can pull it up on the, yeah, let's analyze this actually. Stop doing that, Nick. I want to look at this more in depth, so I'm going to analyze this. Let me put this back on my other monitor. Yeah, and if Disney pulls back up, that's what I'm saying. I would almost wait for this to pull back up and try to get this for 25 cents. Yeah, if this thing could pull back up even like another 50 cents itself, literally the stock price, you could probably get those for 25 cents today. That's what I would be trying to even put an order in if you want and leave it there and just see, because sometimes it does hit sometimes, especially if you put it in the DOM order. I like that trade actually. I think I'm going to take one of those. Here, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna buy a couple of these and then I'm going to and then I'll post it in Discord, and then I'm gonna look at Tesla and Space and Apple. Actually, while I'm doing this, let's go ahead and pull up Tesla, and then I will, so let's just, whoa, back one off there, buddy. One second, guys. I'm putting some orders in here. All right, so let's buy that 140. And let's sell that 138. Oh, come on. Yeah, Tesla is. I mean, look at that on the 2 minute there, really holding on to that VWAP. I mean, they plunged there out at the open, and then were able to regain it, and they're holding it. That bounce off of that VWAP probably just 5 minutes ago could be a nice trade. I would watch that though. If that breaks down, get out. That'd be my stop. My stop would be 902.22. But I would definitely. I think there's a trade here. I'd be looking for to get in the green possibly by tomorrow. So 15 to 16 points. Yeah, so that would be my loss. Would be like 902.23 somewhere in there. Why is this taking so long? There we go. Nobody wants to buy today. Wow, those 138s got cheap. I'm going to buy 3 of these, I think. So I'm going to try to get these for 28. So I'm going to try to get these for... Oh, I think I got them. I did. Got them for 28. So I was able to get 3 for 28. I might go in for a couple more. Got a couple more for 27, so yeah, it's definitely doable. Got a couple more for 27. Already kind of working out. Nice. Oh, why is this thing being so weird? Hold on, guys. Sorry, I'm having issues here. Wow, I am having too many issues. I don't want to make you guys wait for that. Yeah, so that trade's already working out for me, that Disney trade. I'm going to go ahead and post it in Discord real quick. 1 second. So Disney put spread by 140. Sell the 138 at average price of 28. There we go. All right, let's take a look at Tesla, guys. Yeah, so right wherever we were saying that trade would already been working out if you would have taken my advice there just 3 minutes ago when I said it. But so yeah, so the reason that I would take that trade, like I was saying, after they were able to plunge, bring this back up to VWAP, they were able to control it. They did dip below it, but that actually is a nice little bullish hammer candle. I don't read too much into candlestick reading. It sometimes it works. I just don't trust it as much as I used to. But that it was able to hold onto VWAP on this dip here would have been a great entry. Still, this thing, I mean, on the 15-minute chart, it's looking really nice as well. So, yeah, I would look for this to downtick if you're going to get into this thing, and I would not want to hold on to it for very long. This thing needs to absolutely pull back. I mean, you can see here on the 4-hour chart, it finally was able to break back above the upper cult, and then it actually hit that high yesterday of 944.78, and then kind of sold off from there. It could do something similar here. The chart that's most interesting to me, it looks so ridiculous on the monthly. Look at that. That's funny. But let's pull up the daily here. So you can see how far off. I mean, this is like, this is the short squeeze, right? And that's the anomaly. And that's why this is all happening. But what I do like is the fact that even as it went through the daily here and it did dip and found support on the 14 MA and it pushed right back over and was able to hold that upper Celt, and it's continued to do that. Now, I'm not getting long for more than a day or two at most in Tesla at any point. I'm not even in Tesla right now, okay, at all. I would be looking for this thing to come back down. I don't want to short it. I don't want to long it. I would look for this as an intraday to a one-day swing trade. But if we can get this to come back down here, maybe next week, and hold support on that upper Celt, there is no reason this thing won't pop right back up. And I really think people really, really want that 1K. Yeah, I'll look more at booking. Oh, sorry, Willie. It's tomorrow. How did I not put the expiration in there? My bad. Sorry, guys. I can't believe I did that. I think it's because I was getting excited looking at Tesla here. So yeah, Tesla fundamental wise. So this trade already working out quite nicely if you're able to take that. Fundamentally, it's all over and wacky. I mean, we kept getting, as price moved up, you kept getting upgrades, and that's why it's made this second push, this third push technically, is because of all the analyst upgrades. I do think that the news coming out from China that they don't believe there was going to be any negative effects on their Shanghai factory is hugely bullish. I think the news in Germany is quite bearish. However, it's an environmental issue, and knowing Tesla, they will come up with some sort of system with the government, and it's going to work out just fine. There's no doubt in my mind. And what I think might happen, we may get some more analyst upgrades. There's only a couple more that would really be out there right now because most of the big boys have already put in their 2 cents. But an upgrade would definitely boost this up, good for 40, 50, 60 points. I think if we get news in the next week to 2 weeks about Germany working out or them coming to an agreement, I think that's where we'd see 1K easily within minutes. So that is something I'd be watching from a fundamental standpoint. But the only way to trade this thing right now is pretty much momentum news with the upgrades and technical. There's really nothing fundamental here. We are so off into speculation land that it's not even funny. And I know we make jokes about it. However, we saw this coming. We joked about it, but we've called this thing this entire way up. I would have never thought that would have held over 900 for this long. When it started to dip under 900 and everybody started to short it again, they squeezed them right back out, and short interest is back way down again at multi-year lows once again. Nice. Spartacus just said I don't, because he's working, guys, so it's hard for him to be on the stream. Go Tesla, go holding 4 calls now. Nice average down on the dip. So that was awesome. So he was able to average his cost down. And that's what I would like to do a lot of, guys, is take a starter position. Depending on your account size, it depends on how many you can go. But let's just say, for instance, a starter position, 1 to 2 contracts. And then you go from there. So you have your stop put in, right? And if it blows through your stop, obviously, and you're watching the price action, you may have to cut it for a loss, right? But sometimes, if it's holding up to key levels like Tesla has been, and it's been still holding bullish levels, there's no reason to suddenly, when you see red, you got to take a little fire sometimes to make money in this game, guys. And so as long as it's holding key levels and key support, there's no reason to hop out of those trades. I know it's hard because it's money and you work hard for your money and you don't want to watch it just go out the window. But when it's holding those levels, there's no reason that when it takes a dip that you shouldn't be averaging down. Now, a very bad habit, and this happens a lot with, like low cap, small cap trading, is that you'll be bag holding something and it dips and you average down, and then it dips and you average down. I mean, I wouldn't say there's like a number of dips, like 3, 4, and then you should get out. That's not how it works. It's all about support and resistance levels and key support. And for what we use, honestly, the 14MA and the 30MA and our Keltner channels are probably the best indicators and price levels. But, then, of course, like the normals, the 30, 50, and 200. If all of those are blown through and you just double check them, you don't have to watch those on a daily basis. But if you're in something, and you guys should only be in very few trades. In fact, if you're brand new, you should be in 1 or 2 at most. Honestly, that's really true. Yes, you can have a hedge somewhere else, but active trading, you really should not be taking more than a couple of trades at a time. It's overwhelming, and especially when things start moving against you. When they're going good for you, it feels great, but as soon as those things turn away for you, no good. Yes, debit spread. It's a put spread. Yeah. I'm looking at some of this other stuff I have on Tesla. I just want to make sure that I don't miss much on the fundamental stuff, because it's kind of wacky, obviously, as I was just saying. But that's crazy to see how high they have the on Benzinga Pro. They have the social ratings. It's at wow, I've never seen something that high. Yeah, I'm just looking at that Disney trade to see what the price is. I'm just watching price for everybody to look at that. And that's the other thing you could do in Tesla as well is, as this is dipping and down ticking, as long as it holds VWAP, watch this and try to get in. Even this, this price level right here, this 9, where it's about coming in here, I wouldn't just go and, wow, that was a crazy little dip. I wouldn't just go ahead and buy anything naked, to be honest, unless your account and your risk tolerance can handle it. You guys put these in spreads. There's no reason you should not be using spreads. I know it seems like you're limiting your reward, but it's not true. It's a horrible misconception, especially when you're selling, which I believe is the best way to grow an account, honestly, is selling premium. There's no reason you should be selling naked calls or puts. Absolutely always put them in a spread. You're not going to blow through that spread. So yeah, it risks your limit to $200 instead of unlimited. But realistically, are you going to make $4,000 off of that little 30-cent play? Probably not. There's no reason that you shouldn't be using the correct spread. That's why we always say there's a correct option to buy. There's a correct contract. There's usually about 40. Man, this Disney trade is all over. It's driving me crazy. I mean, I just stopped looking at it because I'm holding it no matter what, but yeah, you can see as fast as Tesla's moving. That's what I'm saying is I wouldn't just go and buy at market ever anyway on anything. But what I would do is I would see, like, say you want to get into it right now. I would look here. Let's pull it up, and I'll show you exactly what I'm saying, just so this kind of makes more sense. I know this is probably not anything that anybody is going to get in if they're not already in, but it's good to look at. And we'll look at space next. So say you were bullish, as we are. Obviously, I would not just go and buy these naked. But what I would do is I would set up a spread here, a vertical. So let's just pick this one just for instance. So buying the 920, selling the 930 for $2.15. I would not set that price. I would take this price and put it down at least 5 to 10%. So like I would try to see if I could get this thing for like, a dollar 80, because the way this thing is so volatile, there's no reason this thing could not hit. You know what I mean? There's no reason. But never go for markets unless you absolutely have to, because it's not hitting and you're running out of time, or you're watching it and you know that it's going to move right away. Always set these things a little bit lower, because especially as it's upticking. Now that's what I'm saying. And if it's going the other way, then that doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is if say you're bullish on this and it's moving up, do not take that price or even close to it. Set it down so that when it does tick down, you'll be able to catch it. That's kind of a trick. That's kind of the trick. That's also why I'm not trying to throw so much at you guys. I know it's confusing, but I promise all this stuff will make sense, because we do this every day, right? And we do it the same way every day. And so it will make sense here eventually. So why am I pulling that up like that? So this is how I do it, guys. I'll just show you real quick. It's just hard. I've got it on so many different monitors, and I'm trying to show you guys bring it down into one. Okay. So let's just go ahead and take I want to take this 920. Or yeah, I went to 920. And then so you just right click, and then you can either add it. I just always copy it. And I do this really quick between monitors, so this is different because I got to move it all. So usually this literally takes me 3 seconds. So I just copy it, and then I literally just Control V, paste it into there, and then enter, and immediately it pulls it up into my DOM. And this is how I have mine set up. With I like having my level 2 under here, so I can read my tape. And then I have I do use a little bit bigger active trader than most guys here, and here these are on the side. I like it a little bit bigger so I can actually see my volume columns a lot clearer. And then this is a lot easier. You can actually see where the price is moving, just like a regular chart, right? And you can use, you could do a little TA on this, but usually I would obviously do TA on the actual chart, and then use this as my order entry. And I have this set up for hotkeys, and it's really easy. So for me, I have them set at 10. Obviously you can go in and organize it to set it for like 1, and then if I just press shift, it'll actually go ahead and I can just shift and buy these. So just shift click and I can buy them. So obviously I don't want to do it right now, but so you can see the spread here. So here's the spread, right? It's a pretty big spread as this thing is moving. So that's what I'm talking about. Why would you just hit a market over here of 990 when you can go all the way down this thing? I mean, look at all these orders you got in here. And the more this is moving, this got crazy there. Sometimes, yes. So this thing will be loaded with bids and asks. It's crazy. Hold on one second, guys. I got a student calling me real quick, and I know he's calling. Give me one second. Okay, sorry. That was confusing. I knew why he was calling me because he kept DMing me. But yeah, so I usually would pick, if you think it's going to downtick more and you have a good entry, go ahead and set it down here like at $9, right? But usually what I'll do is, because if I don't, I don't want to wait in between these spreads, and depending on how fast it's moving, something like Tesla, you really could set it this low. And if you have to, you just continuously move it up. But I always would go in between. So like right now we got 925 to 980. So I probably would go in here and try to get it for like 945, 960 and see how that lights up. That means somebody met there. A seller met a buyer at that point, and see how quickly that moved. I mean, that's a massive different amount of money. So even though these guys are putting their bids, their ask bids up here, and they're putting in their buy bids down here, you can see that price meets somewhere in here. That, you know, it's price discovery, and that's literally what it means. And so you can see when this gets highlighted, that's where they're meeting. So why try to meet them up here just to get it when you can go down here and they might? I mean, look, that last one just sold for $940. Yet these guys are still asking for $995, $980. That is a massive difference, especially when you're trading like in my 10 lots. I mean, we're literally talking about hundreds of dollars difference. Every single one of these moves in a 10 lot is $50. So that's $300 difference, and they're still meeting in between. They want $10, but yet this guy just got it for $990. You know, I hope that makes a little bit more sense, and it will make more and more sense as we keep going. Man, those are expensive. Just so I can put my 2 cents in. It is absolutely ridiculous how expensive. Crazy on the put side too. Those things are just astronomical right now. What's the IV at? Yeah, look at this. The implied volatility is still at 64%. Oh my gosh, look at this. Just out next week's are at 82%. That's wild. But look at that, a $93 expected move. In 2 weeks, it's a $126 expected move. That's absurd. That's awesome. Good job, Tesla. So each one of those I pull down, each of those every time I'm pulling down one of those to show you guys one of those different charts and looks, that's a different screen for me. So each one of those I have on a different screen, and that's why I have it set up. I definitely don't think there's any reason that you have to start off having that many, but I think it's absolutely critical to at least have 2 devices. I think it's good to have 2 monitors and then another device. So I think a minimum good setup is to have a computer with 1 monitor and a second monitor. And then I think it is great to have a smartphone and a tablet. And you can go get a $70 tablet and your regular smartphone that you use. And all 3 of those things combined will make for an absolutely awesome trading station, you know. And then eventually you can, you add the 3rd monitor, and it's really almost unnecessary. I mean, I know a lot of guys that just literally have a laptop for charting and trade off of their their phones. There's nothing wrong with that. I know guys who are making thousands of dollars a week doing that. They chart on the laptop and place their orders on their phone. I mean, I use mobile a lot, especially because I travel so much. Okay, let me get back into here because I've got some trades in SPCE, but I really want to, this is one that I think is tradable for everyone right now, and so this is one that I want to go over a little bit more than Tesla. I just kind of want to keep an eye on and keep looking at it because we're gonna, we want to see that thing, especially on the daily. I would love to see that thing, get some breathing room. That looks absolutely ridiculous. Look at this. Just for months it was doing nothing. But this is one of those names that just until it had news, it didn't do anything, and then it started to move here in November, December. I mean, this, you can see how bullish this has been, especially on the weekly. I mean, you can see this thing has just gone absolutely parabolic. It's just insane. Look at it on the 4-hour even. So it's not like this move just started. This move is essentially started in basically November when it dipped. It finally, so it had been holding on to this, dipped, and then it took off. Because when did they come? It was what day did they IPO? Or IPO? Why did I just say that? Man, that's crazy. I did not look at this before. I didn't realize that they were a $7 stock in November, and they hit a high of 42 today. That's crazy. So here's the deal that I'm seeing in here, and this is the 2-minute. I want to look at how this has kind of been moving here. So you can see in the RSI, this thing is extremely overbought, you guys. That doesn't mean that this is going to be a short right away. We're sitting right here at about a 78. Yeah, as it's going. I think this thing hits 80. I'd start to look possibly at shorting this thing. And I wouldn't short it till it's done making its move. But this thing is extremely overbought and overextended. Now, it's also on a very bullish rip because of the fundamentals, because of what's going on. So this is a trade that is absolutely ready to go the other way. So here's the thing. If you're not already in this thing long, I do not think this is a place to get long at all. Yes, it could move another $3, $4, $5, but you're going to be overpaying for premium at such a rate that your risk to reward is ridiculous. And that is the name of the game, and especially here at Aries, guys. Our biggest concern with everybody is risk to reward. I don't care if this thing goes up another $5. I'm not getting in it. I do not want to overpay and then have this thing absolutely reverse all the way down to like, $29 and just completely rip my face off for, $11. I'm not willing to risk that. And honestly, if your account or risk tolerance is not even close to what I'm looking at, then you have no business trying to risk that. And you would be, honestly, you would be gambling. You would be taking a gamble. There's no way you could give me a reason that you should be putting a bunch of money in this on a bullish trade. Now, this thing pulls back to a nice level. Absolutely. That's what we do, guys. You look for a stock that is trending up, and you wait for it to pull back. So here, let's look at this on the daily. This is I trade better. We trade on longer time frames. I mostly only trade make my real trades on 4-hour and daily. I look at the weekly, monthly to see where it's been and where it's going, and I like to get intraday 2-minute, 15-minute just purely to watch when I'm in it and watch for price levels to get in. But I already set them. Most of the time I have it's already set up before I get in there. So what I like to see here on the daily is, you can see as this was pushing in here, we started getting a nice increase on the bullish increase, and yet on the sell days they were actually declining. Yes, we had a huge red candle yesterday, but these are anomalies. Look at it. It's never been up this high, right? It's hitting record highs on volume. But as you can tell here, the bullish candles on volume were rising with price. That is absolutely exactly what you want to see, and that would have been a great indicator all the way along here last week that this thing was going to make a beautiful move. As these were rising up, there's no reason that you shouldn't have got in back in here, and we were talking about it right here. And then you had a massive sell-off day because that's profit taking, and then that's extreme. That's definitely expected. So again, this thing is going to rally 100%. It's going to most likely rally into the 25th, which is earnings. So what I would be looking for is, I would look for this thing to come back down here in the next couple of days. And then I would not take this trade other than if it comes back down in here and then take a trade into earnings and get out. I would not hold this thing through earnings. I think that they are probably going to have a killer outlook, so it probably could run. But again, the risk to reward, it's just not there. Now, you pull this off and make some great profits. Keep a runner. Let 1 or 2 runners go through earnings. There's no problem with that. But you don't do that with 5 contracts when that's, 60, 70, 80, 90% of your account. This is probably actually a really good stock to talk about this question that I was just asked in a DM. This question is, hey man, in the stream right now, and wanted to ask if you can go over, if you have time, on how to choose the right contracts with expected move and time decay, mostly playing SPY. So the SPY thing, it doesn't really matter the name. Obviously, I play a lot of SPY, SPX, VIX, different VIX names. That's mainly what I play. A lot of, and then futures, because of the big moves, because of the price levels. It's more predictable on a longer term basis, and then playing more momentum moves in my little. And you guys, the new guys, you guys will notice over time, I talk about these same names every day with the exception of probably 2 to 3 a week that are like the new like flavor of the week, right? So you'll hear me talking about and looking at these same names every day. I've been looking at the same names literally for 11 years, and there's a reason why. They move, they're predictable, and they are massively liquid. And that is my biggest thing, is liquidity. So what he's asking is so let's go ahead and pull up the option chain for space here. By the way, can we just all admit, like, what an awesome ticker? Like, that's just, they nailed that one. I also think, and we'll look at this, is some of the pizza ones, like Papa John's PZZA, and then it's just awesome. But I just like when they pick good tickers for some reason. Okay, so what he's asking about, again, the question, I wanted to ask if you can go over, if you have time, on how to choose the right contracts with expected move and time decay. So what I would be looking at here is obviously, unless you just want to play this as a quick, almost like what we consider like an options scalp would be, like, you know, anything between an hour to, you know, 24 hours is what I consider kind of a scalp options trade. So I definitely wouldn't be looking at tomorrow. There is a $7 expected move, which is pretty crazy for a $40 stock, right? That's pretty nuts. So one of my big things is that I will look at the implied volatility. And this thing is, because of the momentum, I mean, this implied volatility is insane. 287%, 286%. I mean, it doesn't even go down under 100 until we get clear out 700 days till next year. I mean, or 2 years from now. That's January 22nd. That's just crazy implied volatility. You know, usually I say with duration plays, I like to go a minimum of 30 to 65 days. The monthly here in March is 29 days out. The only problem is that the volatility is so high here at 201% with a $21 move. I mean, that's huge. That's 50%, you know, of the stock price. So that's a massive move. But these are extremely overpriced because of the implied volatility. Do I think this is going to go down? Probably not, because I think this thing is going to be very, very hot for at least the next couple of weeks. What I would probably be looking at is something like this this March 6th or February the 28th. I really like this March 6th. So what I would do is I would look at the volatility. I'd look at the expected move. Now, here's the thing. So you look at next week's expected move is 1592 compared to 2 weeks out is 18. So why wait an extra 2 weeks and pay that much more in premium for something that is really, there's only a $3 difference. So I actually would probably be looking at next week's expiration, so February 28th. And then when I opened up, so I look at the implied volatility. We know it's extremely high because it's a hot name right now, right? I really like this expected move of $15 for next week, for, you know. So then when I come in here, my big thing is looking at the open interest. I want to make sure that these things are at least in triple digits. Yeah, some of these are, you know, 51. That's still pretty good contracts, but you see that there's open interest in triple digits and 4 digits on every single one of these strikes. That's what I want to see. Now, look at the crazy difference here. Look at all on the call side, how, you know, these nice big numbers, and then look at the put side. So part of me says market makers are going to want to pull the rug out from under these bulls and kill them, and this is where you're going to make, you know, the risk to reward money, right? However, this thing is absolutely on fire. But looking at the RSI and just fundamentals, I do think that this thing is due to pull back, but it could continue to rally into earnings. So, to his question, now it's at a $16 move. It'll continue to change, right? So we'll just, 16 will be easy, so 16 even. So what I'm talking about when I'm looking at the right contract as far as price would go, I wouldn't want to buy anything over $16 out. Obviously, you know, we can go ahead. Let's open this up a little bit farther so you can see. Let's actually go. let's see, let's make it 18 so we can go at least a couple over the expected move. So the expected move is $16. So I opened up, so there's 18 strikes. Actually, let's double this. Let's do 36 real quick. So that way there's 18 on each side. So we can kind of see about, $18 out from each side. So I wouldn't buy any farther than that. And what I usually do is something like this. I either double it or I cut it in half. And in this case, I would cut it in half. So they say it's 16, so I'm going to say $8. So right now we're trading, let's just say we're at 41, okay? So I would look around like this 49 on the call side, and I wouldn't want to buy any farther out. And again, I would put this in a spread. So a $16 expected move. So my idea would be is that at half is about $8, right? So I would want to buy the 49. I'm going to go ahead and put it in a, why is it doing that? What the heck? Whoa, what is, Thinkorswim, why is it doing this? Oh, I know why. No, I don't. It's up above me. You guys can't see it. Just hold on. It's being weird because of my monitors. It was literally up on its own screen up there. Wow, what is Thinkorswim doing? This is not... It sucks when I'm trying to show you guys stuff. Why is it doing this? All right. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so I wouldn't want to go any farther than $8 out. So that's half of the expected move that they're saying. So I would be looking to buy the 49, and then I would want to not sell anything within a given space. So you could say the next $8, but you'll see here in a second. So So the expected move would be $57, and that's actually not a bad price. So essentially, you're buying the 49 and selling the 57, and looking, I would probably set that at about $1.40 to $1.50 at most, and that's a hell of a trade. That thing, if that makes the expected move of $16, if that thing hits just to 57, which is the expected move, that's an $800. So you're spending $150 to make $800 if that actually goes to the expected move. And you could do the same thing. So, and then sell, and then do a put spread for similar or slightly less. So you basically would be spending $3 to make $8, and that's how I would use the expected move theoretically in a very simple way. Is that it says it's going to move 16 points. They are very, very accurate at this. There's a lot of math that goes into this, and it would take a very long time to explain this, but they are very, very accurate. And so my intention is that I would not buy anything outside of that $16. I cut it in half to get a better play for my reward. My risk would be at $16. So to me, I would buy that 50% being $8, which is this 49, and then selling at the expected move, which is $57, 16, and you're literally paying $1.40 for this, and that if it hits the expected move, you're literally getting it. Now, it could absolutely rocket past the expected move like it does a lot. And if that thing goes up to $65, it doesn't matter. Yes, it looks like you're limiting your reward, but you're not, because everything you've made in between your spread, you've made that spread. It doesn't matter. It could literally go as far as it could go to $90. It doesn't matter. You're still going to make that $800. Yes, if you just had this naked call, you'd make thousands of dollars. There's no way it's going to go much farther than this. I can guarantee it. It could go up to $64, $62. I still don't really see that happening, but it's risk to reward. That's what we're always doing here. And I would absolutely hedge this, especially if you're going to hold this thing all the way through till earnings. I'm more bearish right now on SPCE just because of everything that I'm seeing internally. I don't think it's a bad idea if you grabbed something, but I would wait for a dip to grab a call. That's what I would do. So I would basically say I think there's a great opportunity here to purchase a put spread, a debit spread on a put here, and then wait for a dip to pick up a call. That's basically how I would do that. So in relation to his exact question, let's pull up SPY. Okay, so again, the biggest thing, this is a little bit easier, so you could kind of spread this out. You've got tomorrow's expiration, and then you've got Monday's expiration. That's weird. None of my positions are showing up. What is wrong with Thinkorswim today? I have positions all over in here. I have no idea what is going on. That is whatever. I'll deal with it later. Yeah. So basically, to me, it's a more of a risk appetite type of decision, which expiration you're looking at in SPY. I would say, there's nothing wrong with picking up a smaller position for like one day for tomorrow. I would look at something more like next week's, like Monday. So February 24th, you've got a $2.88 expected move right now. So something that we know more about, like SPY. Let me bring this down because we don't need it this far out. I usually use 10 or 12. I'll keep it at 12. But I usually only leave it 10. So I for my for my style of trading and my account, I usually just keep it in there. I think 12 is a really good number because it gives you some dirt cheap options and everything else you actually need. I think keeping it over 25 is a little bit ridiculous unless you're looking at something like Space, Booking, Amazon, Google. The more expensive, the bigger the strike spread you can go. But and then again, depending on account size. So something like this with like 288. So I'll look at both sides. So something on the call side, again, I wouldn't go over $3. If I was going to buy something, I want to buy somewhere in here. And honestly, the magic number, I will never spend more than, this is what we say, and this is not true, but I'm just saying the magic number, especially starting, I don't want to ever spend more than $1. So the fact that I can pick up a 339 right now for under $1, that's fantastic. Again, you could probably even pick up the 340 to 341, but if you're going to pick up the 340, why not get a little bit back? So why not buy the 340 and go outside of the expected move and sell like the 342 to 343, even if it's only $5? Why not? Why not get this for 50 instead of 55? So again, it depends on how far out you think this thing's going to move. So the expected move being $2.86, so about $3. I mean, there's no reason, even if you buy the 339, why not sell the 342 or sell the 341 at the expected move, just so you can get back that that 12 cents, that 28 cents. I would probably do an in-out spread, which is buying and in the money spread and selling it out of the money spread. So honestly, I like this 338 and selling the 340. Even if it goes to the expected move at like 341, you're still making that $2 on it. So that's on the put side, or on the call side. So on the put side, to hedge this thing, again, so $3, and this expected move doesn't tell you which way it's going to go. It just gives you a ballpark idea. So on the put side, you take we're sitting at about 338 or 50-ish, right in the middle right now. So 1, 2, 3. So no farther than 335 would I buy. and I would not sell inside of 335. So again, something like this, I mean, something that's super appetizing to me would be an in-out spread here is to buy the 339. You know, they're asking about 149, and then probably sell the 336. You know, and try to get that for like under $1. Try to get this for 98 cents. 97 cents, somewhere in there. I mean, that's a great trade. So you're risking $1 to make $3. That's 3 to 1. As long as it's 2 to 1 or higher. I mean, I prefer 3 to 4 to 1. I mean, we prefer 10 to 1 if you can. But that starts to get really expensive at that point, and it takes a bigger risk. I think starting out, 2 to 1 to 3 to 1 is absolutely perfect. 3 to 1 is the best. So like if you can risk $1 to make $3, that's the trade you want. And the nice thing about that is you can get this for $1 and you can get this for $1. You're risking either way. With the expected move, it's going to move unless it stays flat. Is the only way you're going to lose money. And I'm sorry, we all know how this has been moving. It's not going to stay flat. And sometimes if you really get decently far enough out, even if this one being 4 days out, you could do it. But usually I say at least a week to 2 weeks. You get like this February 28th, and this thing, it's got about a $5 expected move. Let's pull that one up. So the February 28th contracts on SPY, they're 8 days out. So there's no reason that you could not do a spread on both sides and make money on both sides, because the volatility, this thing is going to swing. It's not going to just go in one direction, right? So say you did that yesterday, and when this thing dipped this morning, you make money on your puts and you sell it, you make your profits, and then by tomorrow when this thing moves back up, you make money on your call side and sell it. Now that's a perfect scenario, and it doesn't happen all the time, but that's what I try to do, and that's how I do it a lot of times. Why I give myself duration, and that's why you'll hear me say it a lot, is duration, not direction, because I've got orders and positions on both sides, so that when it moves down, I'm going to make money and take those profits, and then when it moves back up, hopefully it doesn't move too far out, and then I'll make those profits again. Because say it moves down $3 tomorrow, I take those profits as soon as I'm at my 3 to 1 ratio, right? And then hopefully it's down $3. So this loses quite a bit of value. But then when that thing moves back up $4, I'll still be able to make, at least a little profit. I'm not going to make the same amount. I'm not going to make 3 to 1 and then 3 to 1, but I'll probably make 3 to 1 and then not 2 to 1 or 50% of that, that is theoretically possible. And that honestly is the majority of what happens for me and Darth as well. Darth has it happen a lot. Addict is a lot more, he gets a lot more directional than Darth and I. Darth is very, very delta neutral, which he's a very intelligent trader, and honestly, you guys should really pay attention to his exact strategy, especially starting out, because as much as you can keeping your delta neutral, you will be much, much more successful and consistent in the long run than somebody like me or Addict when we get a little bit more, we take a little bit more risk because the way we trade. And like Addict, he knows his level so well, and he doesn't just trade all over the place. He primarily 9 out of 10 times is trading his same exact products every day. And so he's able to take that heat a little bit more because he knows that his risk to reward ratio is a lot higher than most people. So yes, somebody starting out, absolutely. If you followed his trades 100%, you would be very successful, as we have literally shown. For the last couple of years, I have watched every single thing he trades. I trade right alongside him, and there's no reason you can't. The thing is that you've got to be able to take some heat, because he'll just sit there as that thing is red, and he'll just be laughing and still, and he jokes around, and he's kind of teasing guys. But the thing is because he's making a good point that he's able to take that risk because he knows that it's going to turn around. And I honestly don't know. It's very rare that I jump into a trade and it immediately goes green and stays green the whole time. It's usually, if you're making a right trade, you're going to take quite a bit of red heat before that thing turns around. We will look more at this stuff later. I know it's just a lot of a lot of different stuff out of nowhere. It will, I promise, because we will continue to go over these same kind of things over and over and over, and it will all start to make sense. Why is this so much bigger than that one all of a sudden? Huh. Oh, I know why. So I've got three of my monitors are exactly the same, and then one of them has it's frameless, and it's so hard to see the borders when you move the screen share back onto it. There we go. Drives me nuts if I don't have everything set up perfectly. And then moving those around from monitor to monitor to show you guys is like crazy to me to set them back up, but I don't mind at all. And I'll do this every day if I have to. I will go over the same things over and over and over every single day if I have to, until you guys feel comfortable with what we're talking about. And you'll come up with your own strategy. You'll find your own things you like from yourself, from looking at others, the way they do it. There's no right or wrong way. It's just we're going to show you the way that we do it and how we have, been successful. And honestly, I think the best thing you could do is to take a strategy that kind of is a mix of all three of us, me, Darth, and Addict. I think the best thing you could do to be successful in here is to take advice and watch what all three of us do and do a mix of that. That's probably the most successful, consistent way to grow your accounts, guys. Good. I hope so. I know, again, I know it's a lot, and I know it's overwhelming when you're stepping, especially coming from like just small caps into the stuff, or coming from anything, or even if you've been trading options. We've all been there. We've all done the small cap stuff. We've all done, the share trading, I've done everything. I've tried everything. I was very lost for a couple of years trying to figure out what I wanted to do. I had some long-term investments, and that was all I was going to do. I was just going to be an investor because I was told that's the way to do it. And then one day I saw, I think it was one of the Furus, and I started doing the penny stock thing, and I did all right actually, but I realized really quickly that I don't like to risk that much capital for those kind of gains. And I started selling options, and it did pretty good, but it was slow. And then I slowly paper traded buying options for 3 years before I went live. And it was funny because I was doing extremely well, paper trading, and I lost a lot of money. I've told the story. I'm not going to talk about it now, but I've told the story. I lost a lot of money, and I was able to make it all back within that year from going back to my strategy, and then I worked on it with the big thing I always think is paper trading, guys, is set a realistic account. Don't trade a $100,000 account unless you have a $100,000 account. I actually will do this, and I still do this, and I'll show you guys. I make paper accounts all the time. I have like 3 of them right now, and I set them at different amounts. I do the $500 challenge all the time just for myself. I have a real account right now of a small account where I started out with $1,000 in November, and I think it's up to, 38. But I have a specific strategy, and you guys will see me post more about it. And I do share all my stuff, and you guys will actually get my 2009 statements here. Well, I've got to finish taxes, so in probably the next 2 weeks, I'll have them posted. And I think we'll do a whole day, like a webinar thing. We'll go through those, and we can go through some of my biggest wins, some of my biggest losses, some of the lessons I learned last year. We'll make a day out of that. So let's go back and check out the market. So just as we anticipated, guys, we're just getting that stair step up. It's just slowly climbing back up here, just like we thought. Basically, the signal was that today's pre-market levels would have been right here at that 379, which has been a level for weeks now. But 379, if they would have been able to break this and hold this and actually close, I mean, look at that. They didn't close a single candle under that on the 5-minute chart. That's not good for sellers. So that's absolutely, we know this was going to continue to grow. Our breadth indicator continuing to move up nice and solid here, which means that there's gaining positive volume in all of the markets. And look, I mean, that decline line, this is the story of the day. I mean, as this thing continued to climb, it just kept climbing and kept climbing and kept climbing. We're all the way up now to 838, and the magic levels that I watch on either side, so the lines that you guys should memorize are 0, positive 600, negative 600. It seems like anytime, and this is historical, this isn't me, this is many other people, that 600 is the most effective levels, that if it's over or under those 600s, you are at, there is no way this is going to turn around unless this thing bombs directly below it. When it's between 600 and 0, negative 600 and 0, it's kind of no man's land. You know, there's a lot of choppiness right in here. This is very bullish. I would expect that any pullbacks in here will continue to be bought higher and higher throughout the day. And now that we have a little bit more time, you guys can kind of see on my custom chick chart how this works. And this is why I like it, because you can look back in here and see how this has actually been ticking throughout the day, which it's, it's somewhat bullish. The S&P has been pretty flat. The Russell, and they're chopping around. They're usually on really big bullish days. These things all four are straight up. But you can still see it's very positive, and these are still ticking good. Even though we're getting small negative ticks, there've been a lot more high, big positive ticks. So that's what this is. It's very similar to these other indicators, that as it's ticked more up and positive, which means more stocks have had more push ups and more positive volume and more positive price action than negative action that would be going down. And when we have a big down day, I will show you again, and you'll see. And I'll try to we'll pull up some on-demand stuff maybe this weekend, do a webinar. I know it's been hard. We've all been so busy, and we want to try to all be on there for you guys, all three of us, to be on there at once. So that's been the trouble. Attic lives in LA. I live between Montana and Colorado, and Darth lives in New Zealand. So it's a little bit tricky sometimes, but we all three want to be on there. We'll figure it out, and we'll try to get on there. I will really try to do it maybe this weekend, especially with a lot of the new guys that have kind of joined. I'm gonna look around the market. I got a again, like I was saying, guys, I think that any pullbacks today will continue to be bought back up. You can see here on the fangs, they're really not doing much to help. They're all pretty much literally a straight line across. So they're all chopping straight across. Facebook's only up 18 cents. Apple's down 28 cents. Amazon's up $1.28. Netflix is up $1.30. Google's up $1.50. And Microsoft is down 71 cents. So tech is doing absolutely nothing. FANG, sorry, not tech, but FANGs which are tech. FANG is doing absolutely nothing to help this right now. But if you look at on the futures map, where is it coming from? Financials. Look at this. XLF is absolutely this is a big move. XLF does not make huge moves, and when it does, you know something is going on. But look at this. This is beautiful today. XLF, so financials are absolutely pushing this up. Oil is just a beautiful bullish day on oil, pushing up. So you got financials and oil pushing the market up, and you can see though that bonds and 10 years. See, look at this. Why are these rising with price? It doesn't make any sense. You can see the VIX and the VVIX, which is the volatility of the VIX, the volatility of the volatility. I know it sounds kind of contradictory, but you'll hear me talk a lot about this, and I'll explain more about this later. I do not want to throw that all at you now, but this is what you need to know, is that it's going down. The VIX is actually starting to turn down now, so that's great. This is a little bit strange, and it has been strange for a couple of weeks. But yeah, financials are absolutely ripping. Oil is helping push up. So this is where the big push in the market's coming from. So which is probably why the NASDAQ is up slightly more. There's a lot of banks in there, and actually the Russell as well. And that's one thing that people forget a lot about in the Russell. They think it's just all penny stocks. Well, it's not. There's a lot of mid-sized banks in the Russell, and so it's very, very, very important to watch the Russell as well, especially for financials, especially when financials are what are driving the market right now. So it's really important to watch the Russell, and that it's bullish right now because a lot of those banks are pushing it up, and again that heat map thing I showed you earlier. I'll pull it up in a little bit. That's something that where you can watch that happen in real time, and it's a nice visual representation of what's going on. So my momentum names here, I got Boeing still just cannot get over that middle Celt there. It looks like it just bounced right off of it and has not been able to push up here on the 4 hour. But again, I talked about it just earlier here. It is massive resistance. You've got the middle Celt, the 14 MA, and a significant price level that has been there for months and months. So there's a lot of resistance there. But if that breaks, that thing is going to make a ripper. Roku continuing to fail, but not very big. Roku can have some really big days. I feel like a lot of the selling is really, really slowing down. One of the big indications of that, again, is volume. Look at this. Massive volume on the sell-off after earnings, and then look at this declining sell volume. That's good. This is going to be absolutely ripe to settle out, and then there's going to be I can guarantee you that's what's going to happen. It has to. That's just how things work, right? They don't go in a straight line either way. But the declining sell volume to me, and then an incline on buying volume, this is good. This thing is going to get ready to, it's consolidating, and then we're going to get a rip. What I would like to see is this thing maybe even pull down into the bottom Celt, hold that, and then a rip for next week. So definitely keep a close eye on Roku, guys. Roku's gonna get ready for a nice bullish rip here soon. I don't think you should play it bearish. I don't think there's enough, again, risk to reward. Now, if it breaks down below that lower Celt, then yeah, there's absolutely probably a bearish trade there. But as it sits right now, it's came down a lot. And again, with this declining sell volume and the rising buy volume, I think this thing will continue to consolidate a little bit more. And then I will definitely be watching this for a reversal to the upside. Now, there is a lot of resistance here, but Roku easily can blow through that. Roku is one of those crazy names, as we all know. Activision looking okay. I mean, it's only up 10 cents, but after all of these, significant amount of time, the last 2 weeks being above that upper Celt, and it did hold it as support here. So this is great. Again, this probably needs to consolidate a little bit more before I take another bullish trade in it. But until it breaks that, it is continuing to be in an uptrend. Same with Shopify, like almost exactly the same. Had sell off after those big all-time highs after earnings, but it's continuing to hold support here on the upper Celt. So give this a little bit more consolidation, and that thing's going to make another bullish rip. Again, breaks it, then we go the other way. That's all you can do, you guys. You can't. That's why I don't understand why people only can play one way, and I don't understand why people only look at things one way. It's like, I don't care. I don't care what it is. I don't care what kind of product it is. I care about which way it's trending and which way it's going to go. NVIDIA actually really holding up pretty well for as big of a push as this had over the last 2 weeks. This is actually very, very bullish that it is not sold off as much. I mean, it's only down not even 0.5% right now. It's down $1.48 on a $313 product. That's hella bullish, guys. So this thing, again, could consolidate here, and it's going to be, I guarantee you on a smaller frame, and it is even all right here, it's forming a bull flag. And honestly, this thing, when this completes, and I'll probably draw this up on a smaller time frame here in a minute, and I'll post it into Discord, that thing, it's going to, I think NVIDIA is absolutely, unless we get negative catalysts going the other way, I think this thing will consolidate more inside of this forming bull flag, and then it's going to rip. Tesla is still down about $13.82 right now at 903.59. The fact that it's holding up above that critical psychological level of 900 is huge. People aren't taking as much profits as people probably expect. I guarantee you there's a lot of people coming in here today shorting this, which is only going to add to the short interest. And then when this thing pushes up, it's going to blow all of their stops and they're going to have to buy back in. And this thing is going to have another parabolic rip to 1,000. I guarantee you that's what's going to happen. I really don't think unless again, there is going to have to be big negative news or this thing is going to rip up to 1,000 easily, especially with that short interest that it's acquiring right now. And again, on a smaller time frame, there is a gap. There's a lot of gaps here, right? Duh. But again, this is forming a nice little area of consolidation here. It's forming a nice little wedge, and this thing is going to break it to the upside, and it's going to blow all of those seller stops, and they're going to buy back in, and we're going to see this thing just rip your face off again to 1,000. I don't know. I mean, I'll probably put some fib retracements on this. And look at that. That's another thing that's really nice. That addict is very, very consistently nailed is his fib lines. He's very, very intelligent at drawing those. So that is something that I would always pay attention to. If you see him post those, I would copy them down and put those levels in immediately. Don't just like it and put a thumbs up on the picture. Grab that thing, save it, and redraw those and put it in your own. And I would tell you right now, practice on every single thing you look at. Put fibs on it. Just do it. Just get in the habit now, and I promise you, not only will you make money, it will save you a lot of time down the road. So let's continue on. BABA is holding support on the middle Celt here, but it did break through that 14 MA. So definitely something to be watching, because if it breaks that middle Celt, there's no reason I wouldn't think about taking a nice short trade here on BABA. And I would be looking at target 1 would be the 30 MA here, which is about 217.50. And then target 2 would be this lower Keltner at about, I'd say 215. So that's how I do that, just real quick, right? That's just real quick. Now, obviously, if you're going to get in the trade, you should look at a lot more than that and a lot longer than I just did. But that's just a real quick. I could just tell you, yes, if it breaks this 219.49, this middle Celt, I definitely would go with target 1, target 2. That's just real quick. Now, again, there's a lot more that you should take into consideration, but just quickly. BDU, on the other hand, is holding up quite nice on this little sell-off here. It's down about 0.84% today, but it is holding right. You can see the middle right there. It's the 14 MA is kind of holding it as resistance here, but it's still holding up quite well. So I don't see anything too bearish on this. The same scenario stands though. If it breaks that middle Celt, it's got a nice little gap down here to any kind of support, which would be about 131.87 ish there. So 132, and that would be my first target, right? So basically, what I would do, guys, is say it breaks this middle Celt on the 4-hour here. I would take target 1 as this 132, and I would take some profits there, right? So say I buy, let's just say 2 contracts. So I would sell 1 there and then continue to let the other run if it continued to blow through it. If it obviously reverses there, then you gotta move your stop up a little bit. But if it goes through there, then I got probably 2. It's very rare that I would wait for all my contracts to come all the way through here, unless you're watching this on an intraday chart, like on a 2-minute or a 15-minute, and that you're absolutely, that the price action and the tape is showing you that it's going to continue to fall. AMD also holding up very nice up here. It's only down about 0.225 cents, so it's down only about 0.37%. So it's came back from that. It was down 1.5%. So that's a big comeback for AMD, and that's probably most likely because it follows the market very well. It follows ES, I should say. So yeah, it's probably got a lot of support from that. Qualcomm, pretty, holding up there. It's only down, 19 cents. So that, it's okay. And as long as it holds the support here on the 14 MA and that middle Celt, I have no reason to think that thing is going to, fall apart all the way to 87. So, Disney It has broken through the middle Celt, the 14 and the 30 like we were talking about. If it continues to hold this as resistance, what I would wait for on Disney is the next 4-hour candle to open. And if it opens below here, below the 30 MA, which is that white dashed line on my chart, I would look to get short on Disney, and I'd be looking at that 138.90 as my first target, because it has no other support really in here other than some price levels, which it does have some support here at that 139.58, but nothing of significance. All the way down to here. So that would be what I would be looking at Disney. So I'd wait for the next 4-hour candle to open, and if it's below here, which it most likely will be from what I'm seeing right now, definitely could see a nice little overnight swing on Disney there. Same with McDonald's. Right now it's holding on to support here on this middle Celt and the 30 MA. If it breaks this and then that next 4-hour candle opens up down here, I definitely could see a nice short also on McDonald's. So both Disney and McDonald's, which are nice cheap contracts, there might be a nice short trade on those going into tomorrow. And just heads up, Disney and McDonald's often do not follow the market. They're not diverging, and like a lot of other names, but McDonald's being a staple, it can be used as a divergent trade, because a lot of times when the market is up, it is down. When the market is down, it is up. That's how staples work. It's food. Even when things are bad and when the market's crumbling or the people need to eat. Disney, kind of similar. People, it actually, entertainment and movies and television, actually, we have seen historically that they go up in times of recessions and downticks. Let me look. I'm trying to answer emails and DMs. So guys, if you're the ones emailing me and DMing me, so I'm trying to get to all you. So, and I am supposed to get on a call with a student. And by the way, guys, when we take students on and stuff, you'll learn that we do always do daily calls, and a couple of these guys I do 2 to 3 calls, and if it's a really crazy situation, like one of those crazy, 2-3% days in the market, there's no problem to get on there, and we're gonna do more group calling, which I'm going to actually try to set up. I was gonna do that a little bit earlier than lunchtime, but I think what I'll do is I'll save it and we'll come back on for Power Hour. And we'll do the live call for Power Hour and test it, and then starting tomorrow, I think we'll open it up at cash open. I'll do pre-market like I normally do, but I think right before the bell, like a minute or two or at the bell, we'll open it up so that you guys can have that. Not just that, because this is a lot better with the latency, for live trading, but I think for all of us and for a group, 5-6 guys, or just being able to, like, a couple guys and then people hop on and off throughout the day, I think that could be a huge service going into the future. Oh, some of these DMs are hilarious. Guy's cracking me up today. Man, has nobody seen Attic? He's got that damn girl? He told us, he warned us last night. I can't believe he's not on yet. Willie, if you're on the WHO report, yes and no. Of course that's going to affect things and move things around. There's a lot. Nothing's really that negative, right? Like, the fangs are pretty much straight lined across. They're flat essentially. It's nothing. There's no real sell-offs yet. You guys got to think, we don't get scared until it's, over. I honestly don't get scared of anything until it's over like 2%. If anything's under 1%, it's nothing yet. And honestly, Apple is so overextended that it's, it needs some breathing room. So we're down. We're not even down 0.5% on Apple. It looks a little nasty because of the red candles, but really look at it. It's really a straight line across. It's down $1.50 on a $322 product. I mean, they all are, like everything right now. If you look at the whole FANG names, I mean, look at them. It's crazy. They're just straight lines across. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, and I mean, we're just in that, that in the middle of the day, lunchtime kind of lull. That's really where we're sitting right now. I mean, it usually starts around 10:30 to like 12:31. I'd say 10:30 to 1, depending on the day, and then sometimes it gets absolutely crazy. Now Willie's gonna be saying it all the time, BTFD. Now that he knows what it is, that's awesome. That's great to hear Ryan say that. He just said, the technical analysis have not let me down too bad. I feel fairly confident in my calls, no pun intended. Trying to debate which account to fund. Ryan, if you're on here, man, don't again, remember what we said. The market has a very good way of making a confident man extremely desperate. and paper trading, there's no way to say that it is robotic without the emotions of actual cash. But I'm glad that it's making sense to you. That's awesome. The fetal position. Oh, that cracked me up, dude. Oh, that's funny as shit. DT, why are you so mad at Apple, bro? Are you in booking, DT? Are you still in booking? How do you become a student? We are actually literally working on a legit full course, which we will be rolling out very soon. And we were kind of we wanted to have like a test group anyway, and that was part of starting this group as kind of like a as a guinea pig cage. And so honestly, we'll probably take the first few guys that want to do it and hop on it. We will take them and do it pretty much honestly probably for free. That way we can test a lot of different things with it and learn ourselves about doing it that way, and that it will actually give you a lot of value, and you'll be able to give us feedback as a test group. So that'll be a big value added here. Right now, the guys that I have, well, I'll just be completely candid with you. I have 5 guys that are actually, taking it serious as students, and then 2 that are very, very part-time. It's quite a bit of work because of the way I'm having to do it one-on-one. So what we're hoping to do is that we'll be able to roll this out very soon where we can have it as a group class, but then we'll still have one-on-ones, and you'll be able to have all 3 of us accessed at all times, but for different things. So me, Darth, and Addict we got to have a business call, hopefully today or tomorrow. We're going to be going over this exact situation, and I will let you know if we can figure something out right away, because I know you definitely probably want to get started right away. Yeah, man. I mean, we make good money from trading. We don't need to really worry about taking somebody else's money that wants to learn. You guys, we consider everybody in here is our friends. So we make enough from trading that we don't need to really worry about it. However, when we open up a full program, there's a lot of time and money that goes into that. So we will have we will have a price on it, but for all those new people that come, I can tell you right now, and anybody that you talk to, it's not going to be $3,000 a month. It's not going to be. I can't believe some of the prices that these furus charge, and it's because, no offense to most of them, they're either not trading well or they're not actually trading, and so that's why. That's how you know right away that something is up. It doesn't make a lot of sense. If somebody's $1 million expert trader, why are they charging people $3,000 a month, and most of them not even giving you one-on-one time? It doesn't make any sense. And I mean, I've done it. I've done programs. Darth's done programs. It honestly, most of them are a waste of money. And that's why we decided to do this, because we've been down that road and we want to give something back now. We've done very well ourselves, and we want to be able to find a nice group. And honestly, our point is not to just have education to teach people and make more money from that. The idea is to train these guys and turn them into soldiers. We want to have a group, essentially, like, if you can, like an international prop firm type of idea is kind of the game here. Is we want to have a nice solid group of guys that has eyes on many things in the market, because it's so hard as one guy, the way the market is. I'm trading against high frequency traders. I'm trading against firms, banks. I'm just one guy in my computer sitting here in the mountains trying to trade against multi-million-dollar accounts. If we have 50, 100 of us, can you imagine the damage we've done? This little group we've had over the last, year, but like especially the last 6 months, I mean, it's unbelievable. Even the brand new guys, the stuff that they've talked about or brought or were looking at or heard or rumors, it's awesome. I've made money from probably every single person in this group, literally. Why do I keep forgetting to look at Shaq? Damn Shake Shack. Yeah, and I think this big pullback we're getting here, you guys, is from all this news coming out. I'm trying to pull up some of this, guys. I'm trying to do 5 things at once, so hold on. Because, yeah, I mean, we're getting back down because we're right at that line. And, yeah, right there it goes. There's that first line right there. That's that first line was 379, 377, kind of blowing through that. The real line in the sand still stands at 33.55. I know that's quite a ways away, but snorkel. That's awesome. I'm using that. Airy Soldiers of Fortune. Damn, this is just blowing through, man. Holy crap. And it's crazy. Like, these ticks, they're pretty decent here for the middle of the day, negative 372. But you can see that decline line really isn't coming off that hard yet. But, man, price is just absolutely bombing, which leads me to think that it is absolutely, in SPX, in ES, in the NASI. It's in the indices, right? Which is probably all this news here. So Brazil, that's not what we need. Oh, here we go. Okay, hold on. I think I got it. Hold on a second. I want to look at this. Yeah, so you see financials are really coming back off. You can really see gold 10-year. So here, let me really show you guys. Okay, so you can see how bonds are continuing to rise here, nice and bullish. The 10 years are absolutely ripping now, and gold is starting to turn around. Then everything that was holding us up, oil starting to come off, financials are starting to dive. Look at the NASDAQ, just dive bomb. Look at ES, just diving. So this is what's going on. I'm actually surprised we're not seeing XLP turning green and pushing back up here. Yeah, this could have been a divergent trade. You could have, as I was saying earlier, as we were watching this push up, the tricky part is that these have been pushing up with price over the last couple of weeks. However, normally, as these were pushing up, you would have been ready to turn this trade around. So technically, it didn't get quite up to where I would have wanted to turn that around. I would have wanted to at least see 33.91 before I would have turned this around. But this definitely was probably an indication that something was going on, that they were warning us. This is kind of that, hey, ding, 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 hey, look at me. Something's happening. Something's about to happen. And then dive bomb. Man, look at that nasty hour candle on the NASI. Jeez, dude. Yeah, XLF though, the financials just completely. I mean, they're about to turn negative here any second. Oil's still holding up decently though, and the levels to always watch on oil, guys, and it's really easy. It's $50 and $60. Under $50, nobody's making money. They're laying people off. They're not buying equipment. Very, very bad. Just know that. Over $60, they're making good money. Things are going to get moving like crazy. So 50, 60, just remember that in oil. 50, 60. It's that's a pretty easy one to remember. So Yeah, and you can see the VIX just flipping the U-turn here real quick. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's definitely some of this. So let me. I'm trying to find if I can find a feed for the audio for some of this stuff here. Give me a second, guys. TT. Willie, I'm answering you right now in the DM. So if you're on here, that little text that I just sent you, save that or something, or just memorize it. It's kind of the way that I memorized it a long time ago, just because it made more sense to have it put like that, so you could just look at it. Yeah, word, man. Because it is confusing, I understand, but hopefully that makes sense. Damn, DT. Oh, I love that GIF, dude. I was watching that one. Was it yesterday you posted it? Oh, sanctions. Is that what it's all on? Oh, I thought it was this. Okay. Yeah, then, I mean, you can see this thing is just, just nasty here, turning negative again, down 13 points. So pretty nasty key levels here. But if sellers can't continue to hold this, we could get a lot of bullish excess energy, and this thing will you could turn right back around. But damn, that was a nasty little, all those gains that night, that hard work by the bulls all morning was going nice and steady, and then just. But something like that, especially if oil holds up, I don't know, we could turn that around. Internals still are bullish. I mean, yes, this has come down pretty significant, but I mean, ad decline still well into the positive. Bread's still quite advancing. Now, let me show you real quick, though. In the S&Ps, look at the ad decline for just, whoa, God, I hate moving this thing. Look at this. So look at the difference. So you've got, why does it keep doing that? Oh, it's following my touch screen. I'm using my finger, and then when I let go, it's like I'm like wanding. Okay, stay there. Yeah, so look. So overall ad decline still well into the positive bullish territory, but it is below that 600. See what I was talking about? That's that line in the sand for me on the ad decline is 600s on both sides. But look over here on the ADSPD, it went all the way up here, just beautiful, up to like 100 and what was it? Yeah, like 119 or something. And then now it's just straight dropped down negative 32. That's super telling right there. Yeah, so this is the second one that I watch. Is always this bad boy. Oh yeah, just so you guys know, just sorry, I don't want to throw anybody off, but just so you can see real quick, when I was talking about how many of those internals there are, well, look at this. This is just the watch list of market internals, and this is like not all of them. Look at this thing. Isn't that crazy? I mean, I don't even know how you would watch all of these. I obviously just have it here, and I know which ones are which, and I just look as more red or green, literally. But that's why I use certain ones. But yeah, look at all these, and then they give you the what they are. But yeah, see, look at all these advancing, nicey, decline, up volume. See, look at it. Isn't this crazy? These are all the internal readings of the market right now. It's cool to have this. I like to have this one. And if you guys want to set it up, it's pretty simple. Just add another gadget here, and watch list, and then internals and indices watch list. That's a great one to have. And then I keep my most important ones up top, obviously. That's just something that's nice to have. And we'll put all of this stuff into a Discord room, so that you'll be able to access it and review it over and over and over, and then come up with your own little customized setup that works for you. I just think it's good to cut out all the other noise. I mean, honestly, like I said, you could just trade with tick bubbles, watch the ES, and have ad decline on, and absolutely be successful all day. I have very certain reasons, because I'm watching stuff for very many accounts and a lot of people. I like to watch my breadth for indications and reversions, and I like to see where tick has gone and overall for all four markets. And then obviously my futures map is extremely important to the way I trade and what I watch. Yeah, buyers are not getting a grip back on this. That is definitely something they want to see here. Yeah, I better check in on my trades real quick. I haven't looked at them for a minute. Yeah, so if you would have taken those Disney trades with me earlier, they are up. Wow. I paid 28 cents for them, and they're already up 100%. I'm actually going to close half of them and hold the other half till tomorrow. Yeah, so those Disney spreads are right on, man. Right on. Good call, Willie. See, right there, you guys. Boom. I would not have taken that trade if Willie had not asked about it and wanted to know. Right there, he just made me money. Yeah, booking's moving. I should probably take a look at that. Nice. So I just sold half of my Disney spreads from earlier for 100% already. And I'm going to hold on to the other half into tomorrow. Awesome trade. Thanks, Willie, man. Thank you, dude. Oh, sorry, whoever. I thought it was Willie. He was honest and told me he wasn't the one who brought it up. I swear to God, he was the one who brought it up in chat. Yeah, sorry, whoever. I'm looking back now. I feel bad, and that's a good point, as he said. So nice gains. I replied, "Thank you. Slow and steady base hits all day. Every day will grow any account. No greedy trading in here. That is the big thing that we will never push. Yes, we like to see those big giant, home runs and grand slams, but it's very rare. The big thing is that to be in the right place at the right time, and it happens. But if you are always going for nice steady base hits, you'll be in the right place, and those steady hits one time will hit for a grand slam. But honestly, if you're going for that and you're greedy, you will lose everything. It will never work. It never does. So good base hits and good consistent growing will get you home runs. It will happen. You're just in the right place at the right time. What? Yeah, guys, and kind of like I was talking about pre-market. Like I said, what did I say about market makers? That when all the call volume went up so high, like record highs, do you really think the market makers, the bank, the casino, do you think they're going to take a loss? I mean, there's a lot of technical reasons that we were seeing this going higher, but honestly, I'm not surprised at all. And this is why it's so hedged all the time, is because the market makers, their risk to reward, there was a better case scenario that the market makers were going to pull the rug with whatever they could today and tomorrow, so that they didn't move any higher, because they would lose, and they don't want to lose. So as much as they want to manipulate it, you've got to be ahead of the game. And that's the thing. We know it's manipulated. It's inefficient. But if it wasn't manipulated and it wasn't inefficient, there would not be a market to trade. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but you got to trust me that it has to be that way for it to work. You've just got to play their game. Damn, Square is going crazy. Yeah, this market is just flipping a U-turn. I mean, look at the chart. It doesn't even look right anymore. Like, look at this thing. Like, it's just straight line down. Like, what the hell? I mean, that's crazy. I mean, we've been stuck in this zone for 48 hours. We've been trading right in here. We're already down now over 1% that quick. We just dropped. I mean, what the hell, man? Ridiculous. All the way down to 33.39. And now look at the ad decline line all the way. Look at this, just straight slope down, negative 139. And again, this is why you got to have your orders already placed with your stops in. You guys have got to learn how to do that. Have advanced ordering. That way, if you're not looking or not paying attention, you're able to get it. And you can see right here, plain as day, my futures map tells the whole story. Financials and oil have completely sold off. The VVIX is completely spiked. Oil or gold 10 years and bonds are rocketing. It's absolutely obvious. Oh, snorkel. I didn't realize that's what he was doing. Well, no, you guys, it's not just that. They're talking about the euro outlook. The Europeans are putting huge. They're talking about it's all over the news. They're talking about the Europeans are lowering all of their guidelines for 2020 all over. Everything is lowering all because of coronavirus and sanctions, and the sanctions are just part of it. It's the same stuff, guys. Ryan, he's saying that it's not realistic because you're risking over 3/4 of your account in one trade, essentially. You know, a lot of guys have a rule. Big guys have a rule of they don't risk more than 2%. I know that's not realistic for a small account, but honestly, if you're trading like $600 account or whatever they're saying, I wouldn't probably be grabbing more than maybe 2 or 3 of those. You know, grabbing one is hard because then you're not able to stepping out. And honestly, you would take a starter position. To start off your first position with using 3/4 of your account, it's probably not a good idea. Honestly, if you want, to step into that, maybe buy 2 to start with. And then, if it's going well or it's working out or price, you want to get a better, price reduction, then maybe buy another one. It's all about stepping. Instead of just going all in at once, that's gambling. That's what he's talking about. That's what we're trying to get people away from. And right, I understand what you're saying. You see it going to 136, but what if it doesn't? No, and you're doing great, man. I mean, you're doing something you've never done before, and you're doing fantastic. It's just, I think something that would be realistic is just is to step in, and there's no reason you couldn't go that far. It's just I would get more used to is taking starter positions and stepping in. I do it. I always do. Yep. Exactly, man. You got it. Whoa, what the hell did I just do? How did I... That was weird. Oh, my pen's out. Uh-oh. Oh, I lost my stylus for a minute. There we go. Damn, those Disneys are now at 200%. What the hell? Or no, 170%. Definitely letting them run though. It's weird when the alerts pull. They go negative. They're like Apple and Microsoft pulling down the market. It's like it's not even like what. What's crazy too is Bitcoin's dropping too. Bitcoin moved back up to 10.2, dropped all the way down, was holding around the 96, and now it's dropping in. Right now, it's dropping all the way down. It's at 94.65 now. In the last hour, is big old giant bearish candle on Bitcoin too, which is strange because usually when the market's dropping this hard, it has pushed up recently. So it's just been so strange recently watching a lot of this stuff. So you can see gold, 10 years in bonds starting to back off as the market is starting to turn around and go the other way. Financials absolutely need to turn this around, and so does FANG. FANG needs to do something, but you can see they are bonds and 10 years. That just exploded, right? It was panic, essentially. What that is, guys, is the big boys they're taking their money out of equities and products and moving them into essentially when they say they're like going when they say they're in cash, that doesn't mean actual cash. That means they've literally moved. They don't take their money out into cash. They move their money into bonds and 10 years where it's safe. That's what that means. So that's why I watch the 10-year and bonds, is because they're taking their money out of equities and putting them into a safe haven, which, risk off, risk on. So they're moving it into the bonds in the 10 years. So that's what that means when I say that. So Apple's down now 1.2%. Amazon is down 1.3%. Netflix 1.18%. Google 0.9%. Microsoft a little bit nasty here, down 2.3%. And Facebook 1.3%. So they all, on that big drop, they all have pushed down below 1%, except for Google. But they're all starting to come back off of those lows. Netflix is already somewhat of a bullish candle, and if these close up they're higher on the 15-minute, those will all be somewhat bullish reverse candles. Tesla had a nice little entry there. It bounced right off the upper Celt. Would have been a decent, lower risk. I still wouldn't obviously pulled that. Nvidia taking a big dive there on that downplay, down 3.6%. Shopify breaking big support on that upper Celt, and the 14MA did break through the middle Celt, but they were able to recapture that. So that would have been a great entry on Shop right there, as it pulled back over the middle Celt there. Boeing still holding on, kind of in no man's land there. So that Shopify play would have been a nice entry. I did not get it. Same with Baba, bouncing right off of that. Perfectly. You can't tell me Celts don't work. Look at that up in the upper left. If Baba just literally perfectly bouncing off of the lower Celt, would have been a decent entry. I wouldn't touch it right now. I've got a couple positions in Baba. I'm holding them, but I'm definitely not adding right now. Anything China could just turn around absolutely nasty. On the lower charts in the middle, Disney. And McDonald's doing the exact same thing, both of them bouncing right off of that lower Celt. I would love to see Disney break that lower Celt, and then I would really hold on to this. This trade has been already amazing. I wanted to hold on to it, at least these runners till tomorrow, but I got that big push right from the that lower Celt, so it's holding that as support. So it'll be interesting to see where it pushes through from here. Sorry guys, I'm messing with some orders. I'm trying to reset a few things here. Nice. Cool. Well, I am officially at my daily goal. That's good. I will play it safe now. Just with everything going on right now, I mean, I may take a few. I may flatten out my delta a little bit going into tomorrow, but it's nice to hit that daily goal. Man, and Bitcoin came right back alive and right back up to 96.23. God, Bitcoin, it's been crazy lately. Just massive, massive $100 moves like it's nothing. Oh. So remember, guys, that key level, that line in the sand that we've been talking about, 33.55, 33.55, 33.55, line in the sand. We are in bearish territory as of right now. They tried to push that up over this candle here, and they got all the way up to, what was it, 350, what was the actual high of this candle? 358.75. They were not able to close that above it. It closed at 33.55.75, the line in the sand, and now sellers are somewhat in control. If they can bring this back down, this could get even uglier here. I mean, it's down just under 1% at 0.97. We are down 33 handles as of right now. So this is that line in the sand, you guys, right here. Okay, this is what we're talking about. That is it right there. That's the line in the sand. Maybe should update the homies. Just so they know. I wish I had a thing for a line in the sand.
DT, I'm not talking to you. I know you more than know that. You probably have all of these levels memorized just like Attic does now too. I'm sure you do. That's why we constantly tell people, once you know them, you're not going to forget them. You'll memorize them. We could sit there and tell you every single level. I could draw it out on a piece of paper, literally. That's what we're always saying. And it seems crazy, but believe me, you will memorize all of them. They don't change, though. What do you mean they change? They don't change. They haven't changed in what? Oh, I know what you mean. You mean, yeah, but they don't. They still stay the same. I mean, yeah, as we go into all-time highs, and you have to, add to them. But even those levels were already picked out, off of fibs mostly, and Celts. And price action, but but otherwise, as we go back down, they're the same. They're the same. That makes it easy to remember. And yeah, I mean, things change with like X ticks and buyer and seller, exhaustion levels and capitulation and all that. Those change, but it still stays. Because some old lines, they were X ticks, or they were exhaustion levels. Certain lines, I guarantee you, you can pull up charts that have been there the same levels for a long time. And I'm not saying that I mean, there are levels from last year, but I'm saying that essentially you'll if you update yourself every, I don't know, I would say honestly, like monthly, or every 2 weeks. I pretty much look at things and redraw things. I mean, I do my big ones every month. I'll do like, and literally it's like on the first, or I'll start looking at it like 2-3 days before the month end, and then obviously the first and second of the month is like, I'm sure you've noticed, is like I'm very like irritable and agitated, and it's because I'm going through everything and resetting things and recharting. Honestly, you could get away with doing it. I think, I mean, weekly is probably a good habit for everybody. And that's why I think expected move is good, to physically draw expected move in by hand every week. Especially on SPX being the best one to do it on, or ES, but SPX better for many reasons. But I think it's good to physically draw in expected move and redraw in your chart lines every single week, even if it's still in that channel. I think it's good to to at least redraw it physically. There's something about physically drawing in levels that it literally concretes it in your head. And if you do that weekly, like you could do it every Sunday night. That's what I do when I'm watching futures on Sunday nights. That's what we do, and maybe that's the thing we should start doing. Maybe we should have like how me and Sparty have done that a couple times, when we did like the charts and cocktails thing at night. Maybe every Sunday night we should do that for like an hour. Just have everybody meet up that can do it, and have like a short little private stream. Play some jams, have some drinks, have the audio channel, and we go through chart by chart of stuff that we looked at last week and that we're looking at next week, and we'll just rechart and reline things. Maybe that's what we need to do. And if that's what you want, and there's at least, I'd say at least a third of the group, at least a couple of guys, I'd say even just like 2 or 3 guys, if that'd be enough for me to do it. Yeah, I know, man. And rough day today for calls. Well, the other than volatility. You don't have to talk on the mic. You could if you wanted to. Anyone could at that time. They could talk and get the just more direct. But we would have. I mean, you'd obviously be communicating through chat. There's nothing. That's what I'm saying. It would just be whoever, and that's the same thing with the audio channel. At any point, anytime, anybody can jump on it. And it would just be one more avenue to have opened up. You know what's gonna be weird is that and then I find out that you're totally telling the truth about all these things. It's gonna be a fucked up day, dude. Yeah, I mean, by the dip, I mean that would have been the level right there. Would have been that 33.55 over that. I would have, would have been definitely opportunity right in here. I mean, I don't see any real reason unless, I mean, I could see it into close though. And like I said, market makers, they're gonna make it rough. They're not gonna make this easy going into tomorrow. I'll tell you that right now. I've said that all morning. Dude, that is a disturbing GIF. That is creepy. What the hell? Dude, cats' tongues are so weird anyway. Oh my god. Keep forgetting to look at this chart to bring it up. I've got it over here, but yeah. So booking recapturing that VWAP is a nice look to here. The problem for me with booking right now is on the daily here. You can see we've got big old resistance right here, right above. I mean, it gives you some room. I think it's what, 1990, 91, 1991, 92 is the upper Celt. So you got some room up here, but definitely getting into that overextended ish area. And I believe I was looking at the RSI on this too. It's pretty. Oh, it's actually flattened out a lot from that red day yesterday. That's fantastic, man. Oh, yeah, never mind. No, booking looks all right, man. It looks really good again. It was getting pretty gnarly there for a minute. Which, I mean, we killed it. I mean, booking was a huge trade for us that took it. It was awesome. This actually booking is in my top 5, I believe, for all-time trades last year. GT knows what I'm talking about. It was crazy. Yeah, Roku. Let me think. Apple, Roku, booking, Amazon, and SPX. Oh, and futures, Palladium. But that's not even. Yeah, look at that RSI back there. On that 2 minute, but that doesn't count on 2 minute. I actually don't even know why RSI is on this 2 minute chart. It shouldn't be. What the hell? Yeah, get out of here. What the hell are you on here for, huh? Who said you could be out here? That's the way I like to look at the 2 minute. Very, very interesting, Mr. Bond. Yeah, Willie, I know, man. Robinhood order fills are terrible. Yep. The only way, I think, to get around... To get around that is that basically you have to be anticipating the move, your play, to get out of that, to get out of having that problem with Robinhood fills. I mean, there's other brokers with the same issues, but I mean, Thinkorswim even at the beginning has been pretty gnarly. Whoa, what the heck? What the hell? Are we back live again? Well, why did that happen? Wow. Is it something I did? I didn't even do anything. I hate when it does that. I literally hate when it cuts out. That it hasn't cut out in weeks. What the heck? Why is it so low all of a sudden? My video output is low. Experiencing buffer issues. What the hell, man? Well, that's pissing me off. Sorry, guys. Okay, that was weird, you guys. I'm sorry. I have no idea. You should have seen it from my view, cause like I have OBS is like hidden behind everything, but I have like a little glimpse where I can like see the video output, and then same with the YouTube screen. And I have chat. You can actually separate the chat from the browser, and I have like it's on like its own little thing. And all of a sudden I look over and I just see the thing like red flashing, and then it's spinning. And I mean, I'm not watching the stream, so I have no ideas. And I remember one time before I fixed all the lines and stuff, I was like sitting here talking for like 30 minutes, and like I was like doing a lesson on VIX, and then all of a sudden there's like nobody there, and I look at Discord, and you guys are like, the hell? I was like, oh shit. Damn, that's cool. I didn't know Robinhood had instant deposit, though. That's kind of badass. Yeah, they sure as hell don't have a problem taking your money. Nice, Snorkel. Nice. Good trade on oil. Good trade on oil, buddy. Yeah, I don't know why it wants to keep going down to that 355. It's getting annoying. 33.55, sorry. 33.5. I mean, I wish we were at 355 right now. I mean, the only other indication as far as price level, man, on this would have been almost, this mini double top. But the fact that, we couldn't make higher highs as it kept trying to push it, just couldn't get above it. And then it failed on the third attempt. Yep. You can see right there. So, 1, 2, 3, and then it failed. But that's impossible to call. The internals are the only way I think it was possible to call that, to be honest. And I kept bringing up the bonds in the 10-year that it kept pushing up. And the VVIX has not dropped below 90 in a couple weeks, so that's tricky because 90 is usually that level that I watch, right? For those that follow, they know. The VIX just isn't what it used to be anymore, but it was pretty flat, and it wasn't going down as it was pushing up. So I think internals did show this being a possibility. But the problem is that at these levels, right, it's going to take so much to keep climbing, and as it does, and it's just grinding higher and higher. But as soon as it slips, it's just panic, and everybody just, that's why we're back down at, almost 1% again. It's panic. And that's why, obviously, I like shorting so much, because it goes down so fast and premium explodes, and that's why you take those profits when it spikes and get out before it slows down. I mean, I mean, when we make the turn, you guys will see it's shorting is unbelievably amazing. Wow, the Nazi looked nasty. See, and this was way more telling than the S&Ps. And see, this is another reason why on my futures map, I have it set up with, if you notice, the only other thing I watch, outside of ES is the NASDAQ. And this is why. I mean, look at that. We were making lower highs all morning. I mean, right here was our high at open. Well, half an hour into open. And then, from then on, lower high, lower high, lower high. We did make that one higher high off of this, but it was still a lower high. And then, after crash. So that was somewhat, yeah. But again, this thing, it needs pull back, grind up, pull back, grind up, pull back. That's how it's been, right? In this flat line. But I think the fact that it could not push over that could have been somewhat foretelling. But, again, this is, they use, it's like, chicken or the egg. They use the news event to justify pulling the rug out. I think the biggest thing was not even internals, not this lower high situation on the NASDAQ. I think the biggest thing was what I brought up this morning about the record call volume. I just feel like every time that happens, that's what they do. They get them all set up and then just nope. Nice, Willie. Hell yeah, man. That's what's up, man. Base hits all day, all day. Jacob, I hear you, man. I know, dude. I was about to freak out, and then because everything was so neutral and flat. I wasn't making money either direction. As soon as it dropped, I exploded on all my downside hedges and positions. What? How the hell did you just get the alert now, dude? It doesn't even make any sense. Damn. I feel like that's kind of scandalous. I got mine right away. I don't understand. But the thing is, like I don't know if you noticed earlier when I was trying to show, going through some of the option chain stuff, Thinkorswim was acting a fool. Like it was like you should have seen it on my screen too, dude. I was clicking on the trying to show them, going through slow and clicking on the vertical spread buys. It literally was opening up on the separate farthest monitor over, which doesn't even make sense. That's not even the monitor it came from. Though it didn't even make sense. That pisses me off to know that they fucking with you, son. Man, Thinkorswim it's been so buggy, and I swear, and I don't know if it's just that we've thought about it since the sell, but ever since that day, I swear to God, and we're not the only one. I know a bunch of guys that I traded with, and a couple of them still in contact over at Theo Trade said the same thing. They all been talking about it. They even had Don Kaufman talking about it. And I'm sorry, he fucking built Thinkorswim. If that dude's saying that shit was acting buggy, especially for the first 15 minutes, something ain't right. Something's still not right with my stream because I'm still in the red. It's green on OBS now, but on the live dashboard on YouTube, it's still video output low. So you guys, you keep trying to you experience buffering issues, and I'm sorry if that's happening to you. It's on that side because I'm completely dedicated line. I mean, everything's the way it's set, and it's usually it's been this was about 2 months ago. Yeah, set everything up, spent quite a bit of money, I'm not going to say how much, on revamping everything, and it's been amazing solid green all day long for 9 hours. Why all of a sudden, after the little bit of break I've had, first day and it turns red halfway through the day. What the? It's just weird with like a weird market day. Just it adds. It's like that's where we come up with all that. That's why people start wearing tinfoil hats. I swear, because shit like this happens. Yeah, I'm bright green on OBS. And I did. It could be an issue because now why it's so fast. The latency is so quick. I'm at like the highest level because I think it's better for everybody. Maybe I need to go to the middle level, but then it'll go from like a 6-7 second delay to like 15-20 seconds. But then when it's all the way down in like 4K, it's like 30 to 45 second delay. That's not okay for trading. Even though the audio channel would be real time, maybe that's the trick, right? Is that we offer the Aries trading channel audio in real time, and it's even like a 2-second delay, just FYI. But and then have and then still be able to have the high resolution or middle resolution. I'd like to have it the highest, but that's, I don't know, 30-second delay. That seems kind of, I don't know. I think I'm just justifying my fucking problem. Yeah, they are putting up a fight, dude. This is getting crazy. Guys, my Tastyworks is set up on the other computer. It's not on, obviously, I'm not using two platforms at once on this computer. Is somebody with Tastyworks, can you post a pic and highlight or circle that question for Ryan, please, in the Discord if you could? That would be awesome. Question was for Tastyworks, is there a way to set an order that's not on the bid ask? I want to buy some 136 puts on Disney at 145. I'm just wondering if somebody can set it up, because it is a little bit confusing when he's watching me do it a whole morning on Thinkorswim, and then he's using a new platform. I believe it's like one of the first days he's used Tastyworks, so it'd be awesome if somebody could do that. Trying to think if I can email. I could email a picture from, because Ryan, I actually trade off of. I actually have 3 different platforms. So I have Thinkorswim, which is my main. I have 2 accounts and I trade on here, and then I have a Tastyworks account, which is like my like medium size account, and I use it for because of order fills. And then I have a long-term investment account with John Hancock, which you can't trade. It's not it would be impossible. Well, not impossible, but yeah. If somebody could show him, please. I got you, homie. I'm trying. Here, I'll start trying to screenshot and then email myself. It's gonna, but be sweet if somebody could just. Well, shit. Here, mate. Do I have a picture of it already? I might. Hold on. I think I do. Shit. It's gonna take a second. Hold on. Ah. Oh, wait. I think I do. Yeah, shit, but that's for a crazy Aries it's one of those crazy broken wing earnings butterflies. That's not going to help. The golden vultures. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. Oh, I do have one. Hold on. Oh, thanks. Yep, there. Thank you, Jacob. Thanks, dude. Thanks, Darth. Thank you, guys. I did find one. What's up, son? Yeah, and Ryan, you'll always be able to tell if you have it on the right order because of the price, right? So always double check. That's why you don't want to be in a hurry, especially at the beginning when clicking on it. And Tastyworks, I promise, once you get used to it, it is absolutely awesome. So essentially, the guys that built Thinkorswim, a couple of the main guys that built Thinkorswim went on way later, like two decades later, and built Tastyworks, and that's why it is made for options traders. And as far as aesthetic and actual just execution of trading, it is by far superior. However, Thinkorswim is extremely powerful and superior for charting and studies and that kind of thing, is hence why I have both. And the actual physical platform of trading options on Tastyworks, especially once you're experienced, is amazing. It's fantastic fills, superior look. I love the graphic looks. I love the way that when you look at your analyzing trades, it's so much more visually appealing. I love the color schemes better. I could go on and on and on, but I absolutely believe that Thinkorswim is the best for charting and studies by any broker. I mean, IBKR has some really nice stuff too. There's a few other high-end ones that you pay for that are fancy. There's some futures brokers that I really, really like. And I do have Ninja Trade. Me and Attic were looking at it last year, and I actually put a little bit on it. I like this the customized options for setting up when I use it. I actually have some money in there, and I've done some futures. And then I have a couple other. I should actually show some of the guys that are getting into futures, because there's actually brokers that are made exclusively for trading futures, and they actually offer significant reduced cost. And because futures are actually going to be more expensive in the very near future, they're adding a bunch of fees onto it. They are claiming that they won't be doing it. So maybe that is something I should start showing everybody. So I don't know. It just gets so hard when all of a sudden you're adding another broker and it's just another platform, and essentially you have to have another computer because you don't really want to be running multiple platforms. It adds huge amounts of issues, especially with multiple windows. Yeah, it is. I agree, man. It's awesome. Yeah, exactly. I like it, man. It's cool. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I agree, Snorkel, so much. Yeah, it's cool the way like you can move all the windows, and like and I've seen some guys that have some super cool setups in it. But yeah, dude, it okay, I'm gonna be honest, it's shit. like I love the way that it looks, but if they could get over that next step, they could really do some damage. But I think they kind of came in at the wrong time, and I think with the reduced trading rates, they're screwed. But I mean, they came in too late. But like, they had the right idea. I just don't see them. I don't see them lasting. I think they'll get bought out. Yeah, it's cool, man. Just at least check it out, and like they have a sim. They have a sim account, and it's really cool actually. Like the way you can customize everything. It's just Snorkel's absolutely right. Like it's just, yeah. You've got to spend time when you get like the basic like starting interface. It's fucking stupid, and at first you're like, this is awful, until you realize, oh, I can move all of these windows and change them, and then it's just awesome, and it's really cool. But there's a lot of issues with the broker in general, but there's actually a lot of platforms out there, guys. Like, it's actually crazy. Like, shit a lot of you probably never heard of and probably shouldn't. And the worst are all the ones for crypto. Oh my God, they're awful. Some of them are literally, they look like brokers from like the 80s. Like, and I'm not even exaggerating. Maybe I'll do that one day. Maybe I'll go through and do screenshots and post them so you guys can just laugh, because some of them are hilarious. Like, you look at it and you're like, is this real? Like, you don't even want to put money on it. Like, it's like what is this? They literally look like, it's like looks like something I made in Microsoft Paint in 10 minutes. Like, they're ridiculous. So I have Benzinga Pro. They have amazing stuff for all world markets. I use teletrader, and I actually I actually have a Shanghai it sucks platform, because it's all, you can't change it into English, so it's all in Chinese. I do not read or speak Chinese, but I was able to use Google Translate enough to set it up so that's how I get those little screeners. But all the wording and stuff on the actual platform is all in I think it's all in Mandarin. But I was able to enough to I would have to take some pictures physically and then put it into Google image search and then Google Translate. Now I'm able to copy and paste it, but I didn't know how to have the dual language keyboard functions. I didn't know how to change it, and then my little brother actually got me a Chinese keyboard, which, by the way, if you've never seen, are insane. I don't know how those guys trade off of those things. A lot of them, from what I was told, they actually don't use them. Even the guys that are from there, they use it's almost like a 10 key. If you guys know what 10 key is, it's almost like a setup like that. It's almost like almost a MIDI controlled hotkey like keyboard. It's badass. Like but a lot of their trading is it's what you would expect, like insane fast, like crazy back and forth, and because their PDT rules are completely different. I mean, what was it? I think it was is it Indonesia or Philippines? I can't remember. One of those lower Asian countries. They're trading. They have no PDT or any of that. A lot of places don't, but it's, how do I explain it? It's not CFDs, but it's like it's all leverage. So it's almost like options, but like you're buying in like allotments of tens, but it's like in the thousands and thousands, and I don't even understand. There's some weird trading. If you guys have it, like, maybe we should do that just as a fun thing one day. Like just go through like a kind of around the world trading platforms, and because I'm not kidding. I've spent hours doing this, and it's funny. Like, it's weird. Brazilian is insane. I'm sure Darth probably seen some crazy stuff where he's from. Good, Ryan. I'm glad, dude. I'm glad that'll make life a lot easier. And again, that's another reason why you want to sim trade for a while. It's just to get the platform down. with Ninja, I mean, it took me probably a month before I felt comfortable to move real money, because like it was just so awkward because I'm so used to what I've been using for years, literally. I remember when I got Tasty Works too. I remember when it came out, I was like waiting, and I remember just it was like it seemed like the future. It's so funny to think about now. And then I've tried a lot of other ones because they would come out, and you know, like I remember when Warrior Trading started building their own simulators and stuff, and I would have friends that were like, a part of the groups, and so they'd, give me their credentials and I'd check it out, and like, yeah, actually pretty crazy some of the technology they have, but I just never, I don't know, I don't like a lot. I like the level, okay, so there's a lot of platforms that I think their level 2 are absolutely amazing, but honestly, like you can just buy that now, where you just buy the third party level 2 experience, and it's far superior. And honestly, if you are like a momentum trader, like there's no reason you can't use Thinkorswim. You want to have a third party level 2 reader. I actually love the level 2 the way I have everything set up with depth of market, and so what I use for level 2 is I actually have my level 2 chart up on the tab, and then I have my depth of market pulled out like you guys saw earlier, where I have all my volume bars, and then I actually use the new feature on mobile depth of market, because I'm sure a lot of you have noticed that was not there just 6 months ago, and I actually really like the way that the mobile has it. So I have a vertical tablet, and that's all is on it. It's literally just that. It's just the mobile depth of market, and I absolutely love having those 3 different ways of looking at it. It's confirmation to me. Oh, I didn't know that, dude. Okay. Oh, that's crazy, man. Yeah, Sterling, dude. That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, it's probably it's not probably. It is hands down the best level 2. That's what it's what it's made for. I mean, that's why so many brokerages offer it and have deals with it, because it's by far the best. Like, how many does it work with? Doesn't it work with like, I don't think you can use it with all, but I think it's like, I know it's at least like 2 or 3 of the big names that you can use it with. I think you can use it. I don't think it matters, because isn't it a third party extension? But yeah, Darth is right, you guys. Like it's Sterling's level. It's cool. Like it's nice. Trying to think of the other one that God, you see a lot of guys, especially like a lot of like the YouTube guys use Sterling. Oh, I'm trying to think of the other one. What is it? There's you guys, we're lucky. You guys missed the heyday in like the 90s and the early 2000s, and obviously I wasn't trading then either, but it was all like analysts subscriptions and like newsletters, and like, oh, some of them were so bad. I mean, that's how Benzinga started, so I'm not going to knock it, because I actually really like Benzinga, but there were some really bad ones out there, and most of them were scams, but man, this is kind of not moving anywhere now. I really thought this was going to go either way. I really thought we were going to get bought back up here, or just drop, but really nothing right now here. I'm going to go back to the S&Ps. Yeah, same deal. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Duh. Yeah. Yeah. DAS. DAS. Yeah. Jesus. How could I not remember that? Yeah. That's the one I see a lot too. Yeah. You're right. I couldn't believe I couldn't remember that. It's been a long day. Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah. That's the one a lot of people use. I think like a lot of small cap guys use that one. And I mean, it's because it's amazing. It's like built specifically around that. So this will be something to keep an eye on. The fact that bread still has not got back up to the zero line. The fact that ad decline has not continued to climb at all. I mean, it's starting to make these waves, but this really needs to at least get back up here. But I think we may just get some consolidation here, and then I would imagine like Power Hour either get, they're going to try to push it as hard as they can, but sellers are going to try to pull this down. I mean, this is the critical level DT and I have been talking about for the last hour. So really important levels, but really died down after all of that. The volumes really, really sucked back in. So yeah, I know, everybody laugh at me. They're talking about lockdown in Japan. What? So they're talking about locking down Japan and South Korea. So I don't know if you guys on the stream looking at what I wrote in the description about a lot of the what we were just talking about in here pre-market was that slowly coming to a close, and an increasing fear of the COVID-19 virus among investors and global leaders alike is flaring up once again after more reported deaths in China and a spike of infections in South Korea and more deaths in Japan and Iran. So there you go. And then it just kept coming out worse and worse, I think, as the morning went on. And now they're talking about lockups. And then talking about the Olympic Games this summer. That makes sense, actually. I mean, that would be devastating. I mean, we're talking about billions of dollars with the Olympics. And as we're getting closer and closer, I'm sure that's 100% on their mind. But I did see, what was it? They're talking about having that first round of drugs. They're talking about 100,000 doses out by, I think they said, God, was it April? I didn't think it was that long. I just saw that like yesterday or the day before. Man, if that comes to be verified, that's going to be insane. Yeah, and this is another great example, you guys, of that. You're not gonna anticipate every single move. You're not gonna be 100% right. More time. The thing is, to be successful is that you're just right more times than not, and that when you're not, you cut your losses quick. And the biggest thing is that you need to reduce size when the market's rising like this. Like that's I've been saying this for weeks. Is that this is not a time to be going all in. This is not a time to I hate to use the word gambling all the time, but this is not the time to be spending more than you literally can lose. And I know you guys have all heard that phrase 100 times, but right now more than any time with the low rising volume on price, it's a time to reduce size. I mean, still make some money, still make trades, but now is a great time to reduce risk and reduce your size, but really be honing in on your abilities and really perfecting your TA and looking at fundamentals a little bit more, thinking about internals a little bit more. This is the time to learn. This is the time to practice. This is not a time to be swinging for the fence. It's really not. And I mean, this is why Darth and I are always talking about, being hedged and being ready, for something this crazy to, happen. And the thing is, so, you could have felt bullish like we are, and I still believe that it'll be bought up to new highs. It will. But why not be hedged? And when this thing just dropped, boom, you just made a bunch of money. grab those profits, and roll it over, start over. I mean, I can't repeat it enough. I mean, I will continue to say it until either you finally get frustrated enough that you'll start to listen, or you'll keep saying when 90% of other traders are losing and getting emotional and angry, and I'm having one of the best days I've had in a couple weeks because I was properly hedged and properly allocated. And I did not have big size, you guys. These trades today, I had a couple contracts each. That was it. But because it dropped so fast and it spiked on volatility, they ramped up. All of those trades now, if I would have kept those and didn't sell out when I did, they're all down at least 50-60% from when it hit that spike. And again, you get greedy and you wait and wait and wait, it goes wrong. And the problem, what happens is, and I understand this, is that it's when you don't get greedy and you take your profits and then it keeps running and then you're like, oh, if I would have just stayed in it. That is one of the worst things you can ever, and I don't mean to say that it's bad to say it because that's how you're feeling, but once you get to the point where you're not saying that anymore, you will realize that suddenly it's because you're consistent and you're sticking to your rules. And that's the number one move is if you can stick to your guns and stick to your rules, that's you're going to become consistent no matter what. But the moment you get greedy and you keep going for more and more, this market will absolutely turn you upside down and shake your coins out of your pockets. Ha! Roger Stone sentenced to over 3 years in prison as judge slams him for covering up for Trump. The penguin has gone to the asylum. That dude is a douchebag. Guys, I'm just about to post the earnings outlook for before open on Friday. So if you guys want to look here in just a minute, it will be posted in just a second. Okay, it's up. If you guys want to look in earnings, there are some earnings to look at. As far as my opinion on any of these, I'll definitely be watching a lot of these as far as like overall outlook on the market. I like Tech TECK for a long. I like DSX for a long. I would probably short the shit out of John Deere, ticker symbol DE. I will look at that later today because I'll probably set up an earnings butterfly or something. I just don't think their outlook could be any good right now. And they got a bit of room down on the trend line. And a lot of these other ones, I don't like the liquidity. The technical trade, the TA on them is, decent, but I don't like the liquidity, and I don't, if I don't play them. Ooh, HMSY. I would look more at the long on that, but I don't like the price. Yeah, we might look at a earnings trade on John Deere, guys. I think there might be a nice possible nice play on that, and maybe again on TECK, but I don't like the price. Yeah, I think we'll look at John Deere later today. Yeah, and exactly what Darth was talking about, what Jacob just said, and that's what we've been talking. How long we've literally been saying this for 2 weeks. Why are bonds in 10 years and gold continuing to go up as we keep making all-time highs? That doesn't make sense. And then what did I say pre-market? We are at an all-time records or I think it's all time, but I know it's recent record for call volume. Market makers don't want to lose money. They're not going to lose money. They're not going to just, okay, here's billions of dollars tomorrow, and there goes the rug. So what probably most likely is going to be, it's not going to just tank. Because they're hedged, right? And they're right in the middle. They're selling. They sell. They don't buy. They sell. They're the casino. They sell. They're selling all of the dumb money in quotes. Their options contracts. They're selling. So they want it right in the middle where nobody in quotes makes money but them. That's what's probably most likely going to happen. And then they can let it run next week again. Yeah, I don't know about the E-Trade thing. I think it's gone. I think it would have been amazing to be in it. The problem is you would have been holding on to that trade for 4 months to know when it was going to run, and now, yeah. No, Snorkel said the same thing. Never mind. That's crazy. Yeah. I'm not surprised about that. And again, I think it'll be the same thing like Thinkorswim had. I don't think anything will change. Hopefully it won't fuck with their order execution. I would be super pissed. I don't see why Morgan Stanley would do that. I mean, technically, yes, they have a conflict of interest because they can just take the opposite trade against you and just sit there. But I think they would get caught. They've gotten caught for a lot of things over the last couple of years, which is nice that that's been happening. But at least gives a warning to these, big money and banks and prop firms that they can't always. I mean, they're obviously doing stuff every day, but it's nice when they do get busted. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I think Morgan Stanley weren't they the ones that had the two guys? What were they? They were how are they doing it? It was actually a crazy story. I know I was talking about it in here a few months ago. It'd been going on for like decades, and like they weren't even working there anymore. They were somehow manipulating. I want to say it was. I think they worked in their precious metals. God, I can't remember. It's gonna piss me off. Okay, I think I'm all caught up finally on emails and DMs. I mean, I understand when things go crazy. I get it, and everybody, they want to ask and make sure they're, doing the best thing or the right thing. I get it. I get it. That's why we don't mind. It's why we're here. So that's literally what we say, and we mean it. Like, that's exactly why we're here. So don't want you to get caught. And the funny thing is, most of the time you guys ask something, you already know the answer, which is awesome. It just makes us that much happier to know that you pretty much, you knew your first instinct was probably the right one. So when you start questioning yourself, that you run into trouble. Oh, what is wrong with this tablet now? Ugh. Why is everything glitching on me today? Yeah, well, it broke. That just broke. It just broke that lower Celt, as I was talking about all morning. So technically on Roku, if that next candle opens up in 15 minutes, and if they can't recapture that, yeah, it could absolutely fade. There's not a doubt in my mind. The fact that it's broken through and hasn't regained that lower Celt, that's huge. 120 is more of a psychological type thing, but these Celts, trust me, you will learn why we use these, and believe me, that lower Celt is much more significant. Man, Shopify just bounced, right? It still hasn't got over that 14 MA, but God, it just wants to get over that. Yeah, Tesla down now 40 points, 41 points, so it's down now 4.45%. Damn. Still though, still holding on, but that's like I said, that bounce off of that lower Celt or upper Celt holds on to that today. It's still in the running, definitely. Yeah, so 123.11 is that lower Celt level on Roku. So that would definitely be. I mean, it's down 3.4%, so it's going to be tricky because you're going to be paying a lot for that premium now. But again, try to set it up a little bit to try to catch it on an uptick. Oh, really? Okay, let me look at that snorkel. Oh, why did I pull up this chart? This is what I wanted. Whoa. Yeah, especially on that 4 hour. got such a long ways down on that daily cal too. 308. Jeez, $11. Wow. Yeah, so we didn't look back after that candle, but that's why I like to keep these VWAPs on the 2-minute and 15 minutes on my multi-chart here, because as soon as that broke through and it wasn't able to get back, that's your trade right there where it couldn't get through. Boom, that's where you could have gone low. I mean, you could have caught a huge, again though, the premium on this thing is just massive, but even one contract probably go from $9 to $12 in a matter of 30 minutes. Yep, Darth's absolutely right what he just said. Exactly what we've been talking about. No good. Yeah, it's looking gnarly. Oof. Same exact thing as it failed. This actually looks a little bit better than every other one. Yeah, so now you guys can get a really good visualization on how I use this tick script. See how you can and then you can just see how it just, it just paints the picture so vividly, in my opinion. And I really like being able to look back at these and kind of almost kind of like study them, almost, put them into my memory. So this breadth indicator is just one. It's just what a bizarre pattern. Each time it continues to try to get up to the zero line, and it just can't push through at all. Nothing can. It's the same. It's that same level, like Darth was just saying, 33.55, and you can see it on the breadth. And we are back positive on ad decline here, but I mean just ever so slightly, kind of flattening out here around this 37 right now. So it's definitely. Definitely not what we are. I mean, we're getting decent ticks up here. We're still way negative on the ADS PD though, so it's definitely all in one place. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Jacob. That's like I was saying right before the bell this morning. Remember, cash's position, and it's all usually positive. What? Who the hell is that?
No problem. All right, Bob, ready? All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, Bob. Sorry about that. Hello, everybody. Bob Pisani on the balcony of the New York Stock Exchange. Hello, Facebook friends. Hello, Twitter friends. Hello, YouTube friends. And hello, Instagram friends as well. Let's start today discussion about why we dropped in the middle of the day. We dropped 380 points in the Dow or so in the middle of the day, a little after 11 o'clock Eastern time. There's a big what we call sell program coming. What's a sell program? It's when all of a sudden people decide to simply lighten up on their positions and they start selling holdings. The typical way this will happen is to sell S&P futures. That's the most liquid thing out there. And we saw quite a bit of volume in S&P futures a little after 11 o'clock Eastern time. What weakened the most is stuff that would make some sense. We've had some ridiculous moves up in some of these, what we call momentum names, semiconductor names. Microsoft's been really strong this year. We know about Tesla. You know about Virgin Galactic, which has become the Tesla of 2020. All of those dropped rather quickly, and that suggests that there were people who were sitting on some significant profits in the last few weeks that just decided, for whatever reason, that essentially we're going to lighten up a little. That may make a lot of sense. Remember, we have not figured out what's going on with coronavirus yet. It is true the Chinese government is reporting fewer new cases than there were before, but we've had a few deaths already outside of China, and it's not entirely clear if the global epidemic is really truly contained in China itself for the most part. We don't know, and we are still waiting to find out if, in fact, it can spread beyond China. So there's a lot of unknowns out there, and the market is acting like this is a one-quarter event. We're all going to bounce back very quickly. On the other hand, this may not be a one-quarter event. This may be going on for a couple of months, in which case there will be a much greater impact to the global economy. Well, the bulls seem quite happy about this, too, because they say, well, if that happens, all of the global central banks and everybody will enact more stimulus programs, keep lowering rates, and we'll get it out of the get out of the rut eventually. So think of this logic. If things are only short-term with coronavirus, oh, good news for the markets. If this is a longer-term problem for the global economy, don't worry. Central banks are going to come to the rescue. So you win either way at the equity markets. That doesn't make a lot of sense necessarily, and it's a little bit risky, and I think some people are starting to understand the implications of that. At the same time, we have markets at new highs, but you have these safe haven plays. You have gold at a new high. You have the dollar at a new high. You have very low bond yields. You have utilities at new highs. You see the point? The overall market's at a new high, but a lot of people who've got safe assets, safe haven assets, also at a new high. It doesn't really make a lot of sense right now. So today's sell-off, somebody came in and said, I think I'm going to take a little money off the table, made some sense. Hannah, what else do we have?
Great. How is coronavirus impacting the markets, specifically in Asia?
How is coronavirus impacting the markets? Well, every day we're seeing companies come out and say, this is going to impact our earnings in the first quarter. So Procter & Gamble came out and said that today. Tenneco, which makes auto parts, came out and said that. Maersk, which is the big global shipping company, they ship all the stuff around the world. All these goods that we get from China, Maersk ships. They said the same thing. Norwegian Cruise Line, no surprise, they said the same thing. So companies are slowly coming out making comments, and there's clearly some kind of some impact. We just don't know the extent of it yet. Hannah?
All right.
Yep. Sounds like he's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, decently intelligent statements, just, yeah. Man, I am getting super hungry. So we're breaking through that level, guys. So this is looking kind of nice. It looks like we're getting bought back up where we were talking about. So we finally were able to break through, and I'd like to see this hold on this candle and get that higher high. Would be really nice on the next 5-minute candle. So I'd like to see this close here in about a minute and a half. and then get that next candle to open up and get that higher high, and then we could be on our way back up. That's what I'm seeing as of right now. So really going to be interested to see this hold and the next candle open up above. Come on, baby. Show us what you got. Nice little spike there also on the decline line. Looking better. Bread's closing in on that zero line. I really want to see this thing get positive. This tick's starting to look straight up. See, this is exactly when, especially when they're all kind of together. S&P obviously going to be pretty flat because you got a lot down still, but everything is pointing up. I just want to see this continue to rise. This needs to get over this. And then this candle right here, I want to see this candle make a new high. That's what we need to see. This makes a new high, then we could be well back on our way back up. Come on, close that candle up above here. Let's see it.
still seeing some of these, Apple warehouses right now aren't fully back up to are not fully back up to speed. So who knows how long this.
Well, I mean, we talked about Apple because they were the first company to warn, but even when we're getting pressure and news about what that warning actually means due to coronavirus, Nikkei Asian Review is giving an update that the tech giant's schedule for producing a cheaper iPhone will likely be delayed as well. Apple was reportedly slated to begin making the device at the end of February, but it could now be pushed back until sometime in March. Obviously, about 99% of Apple's production takes place in China. Right. So it's clear the impact there, but still, it could be a lot worse, though, right? When this coronavirus started, everyone was freaking out.
I know. Yes.
It hasn't hit that hard. I mean, obviously Apple, because of what Apple creates and where Apple creates it, it got hit pretty hard. But as you mentioned with the S&P, everything seems to be pretty steady. And I talked about this on the last episode.
Damn, Beyond is down 5.3% still. Jeez.
Unless you're on a cruise ship that has a bunch of people with corona on it, that's the only time you kind of need to freak out a little bit. But I think the market's handled this fairly well. Yeah, I mean, it has, and I think that's kind of why we're seeing these new warnings from Goldman as well as we got.
That's the problem. It has so far, but
How much longer is this going to be going on for? The coronavirus. How much? We're going to forget about this in a month.
I don't think so. I actually
If we're forgetting about it in a month or not, we're forgetting about it today. I mean, we're at all-time highs. No, we're off today, but I mean, generally, it's people are forgetting about it in the moment. So whether or not you're debating about what happens in Q2, Q3, even now, it's just like even the panic that we were talking about with the SARS outbreak, we saw quickly when we first heard about it. To your point, Ben, when it was first out there, when we didn't even know what to call it. But now it seems quicker than I think a lot of people were expecting. I think you're right, Chris, and that's the problem, which is why we're seeing a lot of people come out and warn. Although Procter and Gamble is saying now that the coronavirus will materially impact earnings for the January to March quarter, so we'll add that to the list in terms of large companies. Consumer giant saying that the outbreak is creating supply and demand issues in China, so that's a little bit more direct.
every company largely is saying that. If they have, supply chain out of China, they're saying that they're going to be impacted in the first quarter. If they sell to China, or if China is a huge, for example, like Nike, Asia is a huge part of their growth, they are saying that they could be impacted. Semiconductors impacted, Apple impacted. I think that makes sense, right? This is the reason why everyone is so stressed out and so worried, is because China's economy has grown so much since that SARS outbreak, which of course there was a rebound after that outbreak was contained, but certain things have changed. Their economy has grown, travel has grown. There's a lot of industries and a lot of sectors that are being completely impacted by this. I think, and I'm not saying that we should be trying to freak anyone out, or that everyone should, be running around like the sky is falling. But I think it would be foolish to say that this might not have any impact, and to just keep on, moving forward as if it doesn't exist at all.
Well, politically, it's definitely going to have an impact on the regime in China. Xi Jinping sort of went missing for a few weeks trying to handle this, so it definitely has a massive impact. And we saw changes at the top when it comes to party leaders in Wuhan and the province. These things are happening there as they're getting more details. So the impact in terms of what's happening in China, we've seen that contained relatively outside of, to your point, the cruise ships that we've seen coming out. Outside of that, still waiting to see what the actual economic impacts will be for some of these companies moving forward. But there you go, Procter & Gamble, Apple at least acknowledging the threat that could remain. Coming up, though, a Wall Street giant is amping up its strategy to target Main Street investors. More on Morgan Stanley's blockbuster move to buy online broker E-Trade for $13 billion on Y5 PM.
Yeah, here we go. That's that was it. That's we're gonna get our higher high, and over those levels we're pushing. We're on our way back up. Absolutely crazy. No denying it. Sorry, guys. I'm doing a bunch of charting on John Deere for earnings. I liked it a lot better until I really started looking at it. I'm not as comfortable as I thought I was. It's kind of no man's land here. I just feel like how are they going to forecast strong guidance and outlook in the next quarter? But it's like a matter of has it been priced in, and it's, I mean, so looking at it since the coronavirus, basically coming off of 178, 176, down about $10. I don't think it's enough. And just with economic slowdown, how are they selling in China? China is one of their biggest markets. It is a huge market for John Deere. But they have been building a lot. I mean, building hospitals, building all that stuff. But is it already machines that they have? It's been a pretty big push on manufacturing and growth and building. Just nothing's based on fundamentals anymore, so I'm almost just Yeah, here we go. Here's that buy the dip. Breadth is well over now. Internals, those ticks are looking straight up. You can see those there. I mean, look at those. You just freaking parabolic, right? Breadth is just ripping. This is starting to push up really nice and strong again. Just absolute. That was the line. There's the buy. You still got time to get in. But beautiful. Man.
other dominoes, and which ones? Is Robinhood up next?
Well, this is not just limited to brokerages. I mean, I think if you look across financial services, you're seeing that nobody wants to be a one-trick pony. Everybody wants to be able to access multiple market segments. Earlier this week, you saw Lending Club buy a bank. Fintech and bank coming together. We're going to certainly see more of that. So I think there's a lot of these avenues where financial services companies, they want to offer the wealth management, they want to offer the brokerage, they want to also offer the day-to-day banking activity so that they've got more of the consumer's wallet share. That's the trend that's going to continue. And I think you're going to see that among institutions of all sizes and from all different lanes on that highway, be they robo-advisors, brick and mortar banks, or brokerage firms.
So I'd like to put an exclamation point after what Greg just said with 3 words. Goliath is winning. Scale is winning in financial services like never before. One downside of Morgan Stanley buying E-Trade is that E-Trade was focused on getting some of those clients from the Schwab Ameritrade deal. Now those E-Trade employees will be more focused on their merger, so it's an opportunity cost of doing this transaction at this time.
Yeah, and I think even more, as you mentioned, if anything changes from the fundamentals or anything in their model that they're building out now, you could see how that could have some pretty serious impact moving forward. And maybe, to what you're saying, not living up to the expectations that they're pitching now.
And I think with our downgrade today, we would say not if there's changes to the model, but when there's changes in that model.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that all plays out. But nonetheless, today, E-Trade enjoying quite the pop on the deal. Greg McBride and Mike Mayo, thank you guys so much for breaking that down. Appreciate you guys taking the time.
Thank you.
All right, well, next on Wi-Fi PM, things got a little interesting last night. Hide your kids. The ninth Democratic debate devolving into a ruthless grudge match. All the highlights of sheer hostility and even a few cheap shots. Who came out beaten and bruised? More Wi-Fi PM right after this.
All right, guys, I gotta get on this call, and then I need to grab something to eat. We'll continue to watch these levels. I think as long as they can continue to hold it up in this zone, there's no reason we couldn't get a nice little push back up for close. Definitely going to be interesting to see where it pushes into for power hour. That's definitely going to be interesting for sure. I'm trying to make sure there's nothing else I'm missing before I come off for a minute.
Mr. Mayor, are you willing to release all of those women from those non-disclosure agreements so we can hear their side of the story?
None of them accused me of doing anything other than maybe they didn't like the joke I told.
So that's the way it started.
No, let's see here.
Bloomberg was getting hit on all sides last night from everybody. As he should. They saw his surge. They wanted to hit him on this. Interestingly, in Senator Elizabeth Warren going after him, he didn't really deny it. It was interesting because you would have thought maybe you'd want to try and do that.
Bloomberg, he's got to get hit. They got to make up for lost time. The fact that this is his first debate, the fact that the DNC rewrote the rules so he could be on that stage, I think he got off too easy. The fact he's just trying to buy this election, as someone who is looking at that field of people for being the next potential president of the United States, I think the Mike Bloomberg is it has been a fallacy that he had any momentum whatsoever going forward. Not one vote has ever been cast for him in this cycle whatsoever. The Democrats are just looking for anyone other than Bernie or Warren.
There we go. Okay.
Another moderate, but I'm telling you, Bloomberg got off easy because it could have been a lot worse.
He even got hit by those moderates on stage too, though. That's the other thing. It wasn't just from the far left. He was taking it from all sides.
Well, he was getting skewered by absolutely everyone. But as Ben was saying, that was largely to be expected, right? I mean, we hadn't heard from him at all in any of the debates. That was the ninth debate. We have never heard from
No, that can't be right. What the heck?
He's running a meme election.
Right, and then the social media memes that he's purchased and has been promoting, we haven't heard from him. And so we're going to try to take him down. He's also risen in the polls. And so if you were someone like Elizabeth Warren and Joe Biden, right, who have not been doing well when it comes to the primaries and the caucuses, they needed to take him down. If you are Buttigieg and you are Klobuchar, who have leapfrogged in those standings, you also need to take him down because he is now a centrist candidate that is coming up and potentially threaten their rise to the top. And if you are Bernie Sanders, you need to protect your top spot. So all of them have a reason to go in and take him down. And I have never seen
Nope, that's not right either. Why can't I find...
they all decided to go after Mike.
Very united.
He was the new kid coming into fourth grade. Like even the former enemies got together.
Well, okay.
Who's this new kid in here? We better all make fun of him.
And they did, but he didn't take it lying
I'll probably set up some low, cheap, we call them golden vultures. But this one will probably be more standard type of butterfly for an earnings play on John Deere. I will post it into...
Just to be clear, sexually harassing women in the workplace or elsewhere is not jokes you've told. And I think that if you are going to be a man in today's world and
I will post it into
sexual assault,
Discord. Having trouble trying to get him filled right now for whatever reason.
apologize.
Even dropped below what I wanted and it still didn't fill, so maybe some issues on liquidity here.
Response, and he should have at least said, "I'm sorry, I moved on, I progressed forward."
Yes, and on that front, I mean, so that's how he could have defended against Elizabeth Warren. Here's how he fired back at Democratic Socialist
Interesting.
Senator Bernie Sanders because he did try and defend himself in that attack. Take a listen.
Absolutely not. I can't think of ways that would make it easier for Donald Trump to get reelected than listening to this conversation. It's ridiculous. We're not going to throw out capitalism. We tried that. Other countries tried that. It was called communism, and it just didn't work.
So you heard the ooze. He did get a little bit of a shot in there.
Is miscategorizing Bernie Sanders politics. The man comes out and he says, "I am a democratic socialist," repeatedly. So to call him a communist is unfair. Also, communism and socialism, although civics classes have been canceled in high schools all across the country,
See, I
they're
would
not the
disagree.
same guys.
I would disagree on this.
You disagree that communism
No,
and
I would
socialism are
disagree.
different?
The
They are different.
No, the attack here.
Oh, wait a minute.
Capitalists like Bloomberg would come
Oh.
and say is, look, you know, this is an affront on capitalism.
No, what's going on here?
That has made a lot of people a lot more well off. And he was saying
What the heck? I'm having such issues today with Thinkorswim.
Bernie responded with the saying that yes, these are two different things.
It's not wrong.
But the attack on capitalism is very clear.
Bloomberg is not wrong, however, in saying that some of these conversations could help Trump get reelected.
Oh, absolutely.
He's not wrong. He's absolutely not wrong.
2020, if it is socialist.
Huh. I don't know. I canceled it out. I'll try to get a different price. It went below. I was asking for him for 22 and it went to 20 and it would not hit. And there's quite a bit of liquidity in John Deere. I'll try a couple of prices and see if I can get it to sell and then or to sell to buy. I am selling, but and if I can get them to buy, I will set it up. I will send it immediately over to Discord for anybody that wants to take a look at it. We'll analyze it and go over it today in Power Hour before close, so you have time. But definitely, if you have time, want to look at it, see what we're doing, even paper trade it. I think that's one of the best things. Why not paper trade it if you can? There's nothing to lose, a lot to gain as far as knowledge, how to set it up, how we do it, why I do it, and we'll go over that in detail. Spend about 10 minutes on it this afternoon. But yeah, if you don't feel like spending like the hopefully about $20 on it, which I understand, paper trade it. Just see how it goes, how it works, the mechanics of the trade. Not gonna hurt anything but gain a little bit of knowledge at least and some insight into how I do it, why I do it. But I'll see if I can't get it filled before I share it, because I don't want everybody else trying to. I feel bad, wasting your time or getting stressed out on it. But yeah, should be able to figure it out. So let me see why I'm not getting filled on it. And then I'll post it in Discord. Otherwise, guys, I will be back on shortly. I'll still be obviously both on the YouTube stream, mobile, and I'll be on Discord. Always available. I'll be on the phone for about half an hour. And I need to grab something to eat. I've been a crazy 24 hours for me. So, yeah, be smart, trade strong. Looking like it should be a decent hold up in here, but we'll see what happens. These internals are coming off. You can see the breadth indicator really starting to fail back down into that 0 line, and the ticks are starting to flatten out and tip down, as well as the ad decline still holding okay. But again, I don't like when it's in this no man level. I really like them over 600, so we'll see. But I'll be back on shortly, guys. I'm trying one more thing to see if I can get filled here real quick before I hop off. I feel bad sitting there talking about it and then silent for 20 minutes trying to figure it out, and I couldn't get it to work. Oh, is that maybe? No, man, this one's should be the most liquid one there is. We've got people all over the trade. The hell is that? Well, that's not gonna work, you idiot. It is dancing around my asking price up and down, and it is not. I even moved it up a couple cents. Didn't matter. It's gonna make me mad. Wow, this is getting irritating. Why can't I get filled on this? Whoa. That was weird. Why did that open? Oh, I keep rubbing my elbow against the monitor. Hate this touchscreen. It's so sensitive. I'm seriously annoyed with it. I think I'm going to put it back on the wall again. Okay. So let's see here. Why can't I get filled on this? Alright, guys, I will try to figure out if I can get filled, and I will send this over. Like I said, I'm not being able to get filled, and I'm getting kind of irritated, but I'm going to figure out what's going on with this while I'm on the phone, and then I'll grab lunch, and then I'll get back on. But I'll post it as soon as I get filled, so yep, hopefully I'll be back soon.
Yes, 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 yes. Spread that, spread that. Spread that, spread that.
about what I know. I'm trying to get satisfied.
stop thinking about anything. Allow your mind to just relax. Allow your mind to just relax.
us to say wait.
If love had a sound, this would be that sound. They say humans are social animals. They can't live alone. But you can live pretty well by yourself. I tell you, instead of feeling alone in a group, it's better to have real solitude all by yourself.
Yes, 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 yes. We spread that, spread that. Spread that, spread that. Spread that, spread that. Spread that, spread
Thanks for showing us love. And to the top, we finna take that shit. Thanks for showing us love. And to the top, we finna take that shit from y'all.
I can only give you
Best Music Compilation.
method is not right. We don't want to take it. For everyone, the good earth is rich. For everyone, the good earth is rich. Can provide for them. Greed has poisoned and soul. Greed has poisoned and soul. Greed has poisoned and soul. We have lost the way. For everyone, the good earth is rich. The way of life, freedom. Greed. Greed and the take. You step in the take. Greed has poisoned and soul. Greed has poisoned and soul. Barricaded the world, barricaded the world with hate. Barricaded the world, barricaded the world with hate. Who stepped us into misery? And we have lost the world. Greed has poisoned and soul. 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 Greed has poisoned and greed has poisoned and soul. Greed has poisoned and soul. Greed has poisoned and soul. Has barricaded the world with hate. Who stepped us into misery and bloodshed? Women and two children. Women and two children. Women and two children. Women and two children. Bigotry of these inventions cries out unity of us all. 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 Even now my voice is reaching millions throughout the world. Cry shut us. Greed has poisoned and soul. Barricaded the world with hate.
Best Music Compilation. Best music compilation.